Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Hey everyone, this is Brandon Clements inviting you to check out my new Unreal Engine real-time ray tracing course on mograph.com. We are going to dive deep into the world of real-time ray tracing. We're going to learn about blueprints, lighting, RTX optimization, sequencer, GPU light mask, and so much more. The stories that are going to be told are only going to be limited by your imagination. So go to mograph.com/classes for more information, and I'll see you there.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Hey everyone, this is Brandon Clements inviting you to check out my new Unreal Engine real-time ray tracing course on mograph.com. We are going to dive deep into the world of real-time ray tracing. We're going to learn about blueprints, lighting, RTX optimization, sequencer, GPU light mask, and so much more. The stories that are going to be told are only going to be limited by your imagination. So go to mograph.com/classes for more information, and I'll see you there.
Welcome everyone to the 3D Motion Design Show here, broadcasting live from Des Moines, Iowa. For those of you who don't know, I am Mathias and Otomola, aka Major VFX, on tour once again here at AMI, the Association of Medical Illustrators Conference. So a little bit different backdrop here, but for those of you who don't know AMI, it's all about medical illustration, animation, and during this week we have a number of amazing presentations. So I'm going to try and get some of the presenters from the show here to actually present on the 3D Motion Show, because we have some amazing presenters that have presented with us before on prior shows. But then we also have a whole new lineup of ZBrush artists that are presenting with us. So as per usual, we have our news and updates with the one, the only Paul Babb. Let's go ahead and bring him in. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Mathias. Hey, everybody. Good morning, afternoon, evening for everybody. Glad everybody could. Hopefully, we got a good group out there. Hey, so how's Des Moines?
Oh, flat, boring, muggy, but
There could be people from Des Moines there.
Oh no, they know it. I mean, I was, I went to school out here, so but it's nice. Like, it's beautiful. Like, when I look out there, I'm near the river, so at the Iowa Event Center near the river. Sure. There's definitely some interesting things I want to go look at. Beautiful architecture around the river too. So there are some beautiful things. I'm just boring because I'm so used to just chaos of LA,
Sure. Well, and if those of you who don't know, Mathias is hot off. He was last week. He was you were at the IDEA show in Nashville. Yeah, which is a sports graphics show, and then this one is American Medical Illustrators show, correct?
Yeah, Association of Medical Illustrators. Yeah. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Very, very cool.
Yeah. So last month when we did the show, I had when they said news and announcements, I said, hey, I got news, and then I told everybody to come back the next week because we had the surprise June release that came out a week later, and there was a little bit of a backlash on your announcement wasn't about an announcement. That's going to happen sometimes, folks. Sometimes I'm going to tell you to come back in a week because, first of all, it helps to build up that excitement, and hopefully you'll come back to the website because we know you're not visiting the Maxon website every day.
What?
No, come on, no, they're not. And the idea is letting you know things are coming up, and so exciting stuff. So if you didn't see what came out in June, late June, it was actually a really nice surprise little in between update. There was a substantial cinema update. There was the ongoing Redshift development news, and there was a bunch of stuff for Red Giant. Let's see, Cinema 4D. There was the highlights were the enhanced node UI. They did improvements to cloth and rope simulations. I think there were some improvements to fields.
You can use fields with cloth now too.
Curvature in fields, and the volume modeling. I know there were enhancements because of the incorporation of OpenBDB 9. What was it? Oh, they brought over halation and diffusion from Magic Bullet over to Cinema 4D as well. And then we had a couple of nice new capsules, new releases, the ArchViz materials, the HDRIs that came out. So a lot of new resources that were added in there. Redshift had its usual, there was some improvements to CPU, volume rendering, some speed ups in Redshift RT, which were nice. And for Red Giant, they added layer maps for Trapcode Particular. There was the continued development to real lens flares, and I believe you're going to see a lot of incremental updates and releases for the real lens flares as they develop that a little bit further. And improved compatibility for Apple Silicon, AMD GPUs, some improvements with other host applications for the other applications inside of Red Giant Complete. If you missed it, what was it, a week ago, Hashi released his cheap tricks on bringing inanimate objects to life. I think one of his most exciting cheap tricks he's done recently. Really cool piece. And so definitely check that out. And of course, all the great webinars that are going on. Simon and his team are doing an incredible job bringing in an intense amount of content, educational content for you folks. And we are, little side thing, we're getting close to opening up the new Cineversity to a public beta view at some point.
Oh, that's exciting.
That is exciting. And we are trying to develop a new, nice new search engine that'll search not only content that we have, but content that's out on the web so that you can find, the educational content you need if you're in the middle of a project or just want to learn. And hopefully we'll start being able to bring all that great content together in a place where you can search and find it. But of course, most importantly, next month we will be live at SIGGRAPH in Vancouver. I hope to see some of you there. I will be there. We will be definitely doing what we normally do, bringing in a great group of artists to show off cool work, and exactly what we're doing today. And that is the news and notes of the day.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we have some special requests. People are looking for a zip-up hoodie, not now, but sometime in the merch store. I don't know if do we have a zip-up, or is it just a pullover?
We do have a zip-up hoodie, although you know what happens with the service that we're using for that, they sometimes go out of stock on certain things. There is a zip-up hoodie in the shop, but maybe it's not there for the moment because there's shortage, supply issues. There's been
they don't need it now. Everybody's like, it's summer, they're burning up, so it's fine.
Yeah, well, on this hemisphere anyway. But yeah, I'll take a look at that. There have been some issues with supply, and then what they do is they just don't show up in the shop if they can't ship them. We try to, when we're picking some of the merch items, we try to pick the ones that can be delivered to the most regions. So when we're looking through the supplier and the different types of things they have, sometimes it'll say North America only or Europe only or whatever. And we try not to pick those because that, limits what people can purchase. And I'd hate for somebody to try to order something. And we've had those issues too, where somebody orders something in a region where it's hard to get to. South America, things tend to disappear on the way there.
So customs everywhere.
So yeah, I'll double check on that for those asking, but there is a zip-up hoodie, but we'll check on what's going on with the supply chain, and if possible, pick a different version of it and put it up there for sale. I'll mark that down. Are there actually, that's is there any other questions showing up in the chat that I should?
Yeah, if you guys have questions for Paul or anything in general, go ahead and toss them in right now. But as you do that, just a reminder, if you haven't gone to Maxon, you've gone to our news and events page, that's where you're going to find like all the amazing content that Simon and his team have been putting together that Paul mentioned earlier. You will be able to find that, see the schedule, because it literally is a plethora. And I don't use that word often. It is a plethora of different content from, color with Max. So it's literally so much I can't keep up with it, but it's all there on the website. That's why you should go visit it daily. That's that's why you should visit the Maxon site.
Yeah, there is a ton,
for the news and updates.
Ton of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, a lot of you are used. You might have been with us for a long time, so you might have been here since we were just cinema. But now there's updates. It doesn't matter which one of the product lines within the Maxon family. There's an update. You're going to see it in the news. So that's something to check out. Cineversity is super exciting. Somebody's already said it's already an awesome resource. So yeah, I mean that.
Oh yeah. There's a lot that it needed. The old architecture was in desperate need of a revamp, and we've completely rebuilt it, and we will hopefully be able to show you something in the next couple of months where you can actually just take a quick look before we turn it actually public live. We'll actually give people a chance to beat on it, because that'll give us the opportunity to improve its performance, start adding more content, those types of things.
We will definitely have to let the folks here know when we want some beta testers. I'm sure we'll get some volunteers.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. Yeah.
Nick was wondering if this shirt, this RGB separation, the RGB separation style shirt will be available. You want to give people eye problems? Is that what you want to do?
That was our NAB shirt this year. So yes, what I will do, we haven't had a chance to do an update on the shop recently, but we'll add that shirt to the mix as well, because it was our NAB 2022 shirt, or maybe we'll call it our live event 2022 shirt, because I'm sure we'll have some of those at SIGGRAPH as well. So if you're going to be at SIGGRAPH, we will definitely have some of those shirts there as well.
Definitely. And somebody is wondering this, and I hope I ask this right, but can we expect one version of Cinema to avoid installing and waiting for many plugins to adjust? And I don't know if that's third party or if they're talking about.
I mean, that's a wide open with secondary questions to go to it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess more clarity, because if you do have third-party plugins, that's going to adjust if you're loading
only if there's SDK changes, and they have been pretty careful about how often SDK changes do occur. I mean, it has, I'd say, the last 3 or 4 years since we've gone to a more agile development schedule, there have been more SDK changes than previously. They would wait a couple of years before they would make them. So I do believe there are changes more occasionally, but not as, hopefully not too often to break those. When was the last one? The last one may not have been until last fall.
I don't know. I'm like, mine opens up. I have a couple plugins. I have a couple of really common ones. It seems to open really fast.
Yeah, you may not have the ones that he's talking about.
I have no idea.
My guess would be it was the SDK change that came out last fall that may be the issue, and that would
something's going slower.
Bug your third-party developer to get to the plugin cafe and get their plugin updated, hopefully.
Latest release. Somebody was just wondering, and I think this is just updates on Forger, Sketch and Tune shaders, and Redshift, the status of Neutron Capsule, nodal workflows, all of that. I would say tune in to the 3D Motion Design Show on a routine basis.
They're asking for announcements on announcements, which they don't want me to do. Yeah. I'm not going to make announcements about announcements.
There will be more announcements in future announcements, folks. That will.
How about make sure you come out to watch today. We've got some great artists today. No discount on that, but we will have some a couple of people. I think Noseman's going to be doing a presentation, and
we have Ellie,
some other people. Ellie's coming. AI. So they're sometimes they slip up and something might get leaked out, but you never know. Make sure you come into the show, see this, watch today, listen, maybe we'll sneak some things in there, maybe hopefully we'll see you at SIGGRAPH. So
yeah, well, definitely, if we won't see you, definitely tune in, because we will be streaming again live.
Yes.
Today's lineup, we do have an amazing lineup today. Starting off, we're going to have Kris Theorin, who was the winner of Infinite Journeys contests by Punisher. So check out, you're gonna check him out here. But we also have Sarah Gibson, who's a longtime friend, big member of the community. She's always in the chat. I think she's here now too. I thought I saw her. Tatiana and Luis Miranda. So we have a huge lineup today, and yeah, you guys are in for a big treat. So we're gonna be back right after this short break, and we're gonna kick it back off with Kris. See you guys in a moment.
Thanks, guys.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. We are ready to get started with our amazing lineup today, and kicking it off is none other than Kris Theorin.
Hi everyone, my name is Kris Theorin. I am the creative director, animator, editor, and then one of the founders of Something's Awry Productions. We're an animation studio that specializes in making creative and whimsical 3D animated content, which can range from like short films to commercial projects. We all just love like the vibrant look of 3D animation, and Cinema 4D with Redshift has been our tool of choice pretty much since the beginning. I've been working professionally in 3D for around 4 years now, and then doing it as a hobby for a few years before that. I also have an Instagram and YouTube channel where I'll post like my smaller animated films that I'll do all by myself using motion capture animation. Doing these little shorts not only allows me to kind of experiment with different like visual styles and kinds of characters, but it also allows me to refine my workflow so that I can create these animations as quickly as possible without sort of compromising their quality. Since I often make these films all by myself, having a super optimized workflow is very important for getting them done in a reasonable amount of time. And a great example of this is actually one of my most recent shorts, Space Nobblers. This was like a quick animation I did back in early March, and it took me around 2.5 weeks and really wouldn't have been possible without this process that I've come up with over the years. So today I thought it'd be fun to take you guys through some of the key steps in that process, just as a way to show you how these days, with all these like awesome programs. One artist can actually create something that looks like this, and they don't have to take like months and months to do it. So let's just jump into it. So when starting out with any project, first thing I love to do is create a Pinterest board, just collecting all sorts of references for the types of characters, the sets, just anything involved in the project itself. So you can see here I've collected a number of different references for my space engineer character. And just looking through all these, you can see there are a few aspects that I've sort of been inspired by and taken into my actual 2D design for the character. So we got things like the goggles that are up over the head, the sort of bright orange cargo pants, which is a very sort of iconic look that I wanted to put into my own character. And then, of course, I wanted it to be this like sort of space engineer character. So we got things like the tools, the tool belt, and then, of course, with any sci-fi engineer, you gotta have the robotic arm. So you can see here I've actually created a number of different pins for that, just sort of figuring out what that might look like. And the reason I did that is because when looking at the final design for my character, I didn't want the audience to look at her and think like, oh, how does this character actually relate to this sci-fi environment? I wouldn't want anyone to mistake this space engineer for basically any normal engineer. So that's what the cybernetic arm sort of does. It grounds them in this sci-fi universe and just makes them feel a little bit more different than just your average sort of engineer character. And so what I love about doing a Pinterest board is that while it might take me a while to find even like one good image, once I do, I can always click on it, scroll down, and it gives me a whole number of like different images that sort of relate to it. And then I can basically add them onto the board I've already made. And then over time, you're creating basically an average of the character you want to design. And so just taking a look at like my final board here, I've actually taken bits and pieces from each of the sort of pins that I've saved on here to create my own unique take on the character. So moving into actually my 2D design for it, I am obviously no sort of 2D artist. I don't do concept art or anything like that. And this drawing is very much just for my own use. I wouldn't give this to like a professional character designer and expect them to sort of make exactly what I'm imagining. But I do this basically as a way to figure out the overall blocking of the character, get like the major shapes in there, and just figure out what sort of colors, what design I want to do without getting too specific because that just sort of takes up time. So looking at the character I've ended up with here, you can see again, I've taken a lot of the different aspects of my Pinterest board and sort of incorporated it into the final design. So you got the goggles on the head, the robot arm, and the tool belt with the orange sort of cargo pants. But then I've also figured out like sort of a few other details I wanted to add while doing this sketch. So things like the patch on the pants sort of imply some sort of, at least some sort of history for the character. And then like a little band-aid on the arm. Once again, just to add like some nice little details. In addition, I've also sort of nailed down what I want for the hairstyle. So we got the purple hair that's sort of pulled back behind her head. And so looking at this final design, it really illustrates my sort of thought process I go through while making these shorts. Which is that I'm only one artist, so anything I make has to basically be optimized and not sort of bite off more than I can chew. So looking at the character, I've done a few things to avoid certain pitfalls that might add to basically the overall production time. So things like the hair, I've avoided doing any hair simulations by making sure that the hair is pinned up around the head and that it won't be flowing or getting in the character's face. Therefore, it just really cuts down on any production time when it comes to animation. And so it's the same thing with the clothing. I've avoided doing any sort of cloth simulations just by making the clothing a bit tighter, avoiding any sort of draping or having any like big wrinkles in there. And doing all that really just avoids having to take it into a separate program like Marvelous Designer and having to simulate it there, which just adds to the overall production time. And really, in the end, a lot of people won't be noticing whether or not I've simulated the clothing. And so once I have a character design sort of figured out, I love to jump into my favorite sculpting program, which is ZBrush. ZBrush is great for doing any sort of general sculpting, but it's especially good for doing character sculpting because you're able to use this giant collection of brushes that they give you to create like any sort of crazy, weird, stylized character that you might want. So what's great about this compared to something like box modeling that I used to do is that instead of having to basically sort of futz around with all sorts of points and vertices, and you're basically able to jump right in and sculpt on top of like any mesh and just get right down to the fun part of it, as opposed to trying to iron out all the details on, say, like a box. Now, that being said, I am not a ZBrush expert. My knowledge of the program pretty much extends to what I need to know, which is creating these more stylized, simplistic characters. And so anything beyond that is pretty much a mystery to me. But like I said, that really just feeds into the whole sort of mindset I have when creating these projects, which is making sure to have this very streamlined workflow where you only do the amount of detail and the amount of work that you need to do to get the product done. So even though I don't know all the bells and whistles of ZBrush, I am still able to basically create a character that I know will work in my workflow and will translate very well into the sort of animation that I love to do. So I actually started learning ZBrush about 3 years ago, and back then I actually created every character from scratch. So I would use all sorts of like spheres and other shapes to create the general block out of a character, and then I would combine them and refine from there. And so while I highly recommend starting out creating your own characters from scratch, doing so can take me around 2 to 3 days to create like a finalized, realized sculpt of a character. And when you're doing a project with multiple characters and a tight deadline, you really can't afford to do that. So these days, I'll actually use what's called a base mesh. And so a base mesh is a character that's already been pre-sculpted, retopologized, and UV'd, but done so in a very general way, so that I'm able to take that character and then sculpt details on top of it and create my own unique thing. And so using something like a base mesh, it really cuts down on the time that it takes me to create a character from around 2 to 3 days to basically 1. So once I get one of these characters, I might start altering proportions, changing things like the ears, changing the eye shape, and just anything that really brings it back into the more stylized look. It makes it a bit closer to sort of how I like to design and sculpt my characters. One big thing I like to do is to actually change things like the head size and just alter all the proportions, because I don't like characters that look too human, too close to reality, because it can often look a bit unsettling. So I'll always make sure to alter these and just make it look a little bit, to make it look like a little bit more stylized and like it's not just your average human character. And so a great example of this is with my most recent short film. I actually took the base mesh here and I was able to sculpt it into something that was completely unrecognizable from the original mesh. So I made the head bigger, the arms a lot skinnier and more cartoony, and then I exaggerated the belly. So that in the end, you can hardly tell that one came from the other. But in the end, I bring over all the topology, all the UVs, and I save a lot of time on what would normally be a lot of work to set up the fingers, the head, and just make sure everything looks normal before I can actually get to the fun part, which is sculpting. And the great thing about base meshes is they actually come with perfect topology for animation. So you can see here that once I bring this into Cinema 4D later on, I'm able to basically sculpt all sorts of expressions onto the character, and it sort of deforms the face in a very natural way, and so makes the whole facial rigging process just a lot easier after the fact. All right, this here is actually looking very creepy, but you get the idea. And so when it's all said and done, this is the character I ended up with from that original base mesh. So you can see here I've made the arms sort of a bit more muscular, I've made the head bigger, the legs shorter, and just changed the overall proportions of the character to really match the original 2D design that I started out with. And another thing I've done here to sort of save on time is I've used a combination of pre-made elements, elements that I bought online, or ones that I make completely from scratch. So things like the boots and I believe the gloves are actually taken from a character that I worked on for a previous animation. Things like the tool belt are just a model I found online and altered to sort of fit the character. And then things like the tank top and the suspenders are things I just made completely from scratch for the character. I also make sure to include some temp geometry to indicate like what the hair might look like, so I can see sort of the overall shape of the character as I'm sculpting it. And so the great thing about ZBrush is once I'm all done, I can then go up to the multi-map exporter, and I can export a set of displacement maps, normal maps, and then the actual mesh itself. And all these come into play when I'm doing the texturing or the shading of the character later on, because I'm able to bring back all this detail that I've sculpted here on a low poly mesh. So I'm able to keep the polygon count really low for doing animation, but then I'm able to use these normal maps and the displacement maps to sort of bring that detail back when I'm doing the shading. So after I'm done with the character sculpt, I actually move into Mixamo.com, which is a great place to create a pretty quick, decent rig for the character itself. So basically you can upload the actual character model, and you're able to then specify where the knees are, where the elbows are, where the head is, and then the program basically takes that and figures out where to put each of the skeleton pieces, and then it creates a rig based on that information, which in the end is pretty good. It's even able to rig the individual fingers of the characters so you can see them moving around. So yeah, once it does that, you can sort of orbit around it, see how it's looking. It's a great way for me to sort of check proportions, make sure the character looks right in motion. And if I see like anything weird, like the arm's too long or the head doesn't feel right, then I can go back into ZBrush, edit those sort of proportions, and then bring them back into Mixamo and do it all again. And yeah, so once I'm all done with that, I can then go through their long list of like different motion capture clips and sort of assign them to the character and see how it's like all looking with all these like sort of weird random motions applied to it. So yeah, it's a lot of fun to actually just scroll through these and just try out all sorts of different looks, maybe things your character might do in the short, just anything like that. And of course, it's just fun to find like a breakdancing clip and see what your character looks like with that. So then what's great about all this is once you're done, you're able to take this character rig, download it as an FBX, and then take it into a program like Maya or Cinema 4D and refine it further. Because for me, I never use purely just the rig that it gives me. I always make sure to refine it after I download it, just making sure things deform a bit cleaner and that it'll actually hold up in more close-ups and things like that. But at the same time, if you're doing like a quicker animation or the fidelity of the rig doesn't have to be too high, then this actually works great for that. And you can just take it into the program of your choice and you can just apply any sort of motion capture clips that you might want and it'll look great. So now that we have our character, I can then bring this into Cinema 4D and you can see we actually have a fully realized skeleton for our character. So you can see here the arms deform, you can move them up and down, and it all looks pretty good. You can like bend the elbow, you know, some weirder deformations, but overall this will hold up great for like the kind of animations we need to do here. There are a few spots, of course, where it's like where I definitely would go back in and fix it a bit. You can see the robotic arm doesn't quite deform correctly. It's a bit of weirdness, but especially if you're not going to do any close-ups of this or any sort of extreme motions, then this works great. So you always want to make sure to check all this, make sure it all looks sort of pretty normal. There's no glaring issues that'll come back to bite you. Everything looks pretty good here. So I'm going to move into actually rigging it for motion capture. And this is something where there's not really a clear guide online for how to do this in Cinema 4D. And so it's something I've actually figured out through a lot of trial and error over the years as to like what sort of parameters you have to set to make sure the motion capture data I get from my motion capture suit actually works with my character. So for my own personal workflow, I use the motion system tag in Cinema 4D. And what that lets us do is once I apply it to the hips, I can then go into the motion mode, and this gives us access to a whole timeline for the character where I can then drag and drop all these motion capture clips I have here. I can then mix and match them, fade one into the other, or sort of speed them up or slow them down. So it's just a great like area in Cinema 4D where you can create like a timeline for the motion capture data and puts it all in like one easy to see and understand place. So here we have a older clip I've done, and let's just apply this to our rig as we have it now and see how it looks. All right, so it has disappeared. You can see the scale first off of the character is completely wrong. So right now I believe the character is about, I think like 2 inches tall when it should be, I think around, 6 foot. So we're gonna have to fix that. So if we go into the attributes of our hips, go into coordinates, you can see we can actually mess with the scale here. And so what you have to do is basically keep changing these numbers until the character looks around the same scale as the actual skeleton. So let's try something like 10, and that's getting us there, but it's still definitely too small. Let's try 15. All right, now you can see we're starting to get pretty close here. You can see that the head is basically lining up with where it is on the actual motion capture data. But the problem is the legs and the arms are doing something really weird. And this is something I had a lot of issue with back in the day.
because there wasn't any clear issues as to why this might be happening. But over time, I sort of figured out what the problem was. So let's undo all that. You need to prepare your character in a very specific way to get them ready for motion capture. So the problem here is if I were to hide the geometry and zoom in on these joints, you can see that the direction they face is very important for motion capture. So here you have the y-axis points up while the z-axis points backwards, which is the way we want it on all the joints. But if we were to click on the arms, you can see that actually the y-axis is pointing down the arm while the z-axis is pointing up to the sky. And this is the same for most of the joints on the character. All the hands, they're all messed up. And same with the legs, they're all inverted, which is why we got that strange look when we applied the actual motion capture data. So the way you fix this is it's a fairly manual process, but it doesn't take more than around like 5 minutes, and it's super important to getting the motion capture right. So what we're going to do here is, first step, we're going to find all the skin objects for each of the rigged objects and just turn those off. So now that those are off, we can then go into each of our individual joints, hit the enable axis, and this will basically allow us to edit the direction, the orientation of each of the joints without moving the skeleton itself. So if I hold down shift, I can then drag this 180 degrees. So now the Y is pointing up, hit the axis again, and now it's locked. Go to the next joint and continue doing this for each of the joints. So again, it's a fairly manual process, but it's pretty simple. The only ones where it's actually correct is the hips and the spine and up to the head. All those are as they should be, but everything else still needs to be corrected. So let's just make sure, let's just do this for each of the joints. Make sure that the x-axis, the red line, is always pointing the direction of the joints. So in this case, it does need to point down. And yeah, we just go through all of these. I'm also using the L shortcut to enable and disable the axis, so I can edit it without having to click that button. So these are just moving at 90 degrees, and hit the L again, and then doing it for the hand. Now, normally I would also do this on the fingers themselves, but for the sake of not taking a longer time, I'm going to just avoid that for now. For the other side of the character, you need to basically invert the direction the x-axis points. So this way, it's always pointing to basically this area, the right side of the screen, regardless of whichever joint it is. So you just have to make sure it's all consistent across the character, or otherwise your motion capture data will not work. All right, and last but not least, let's just do the last legs. The legs are really easy because you can just turn them 180 and then they'll be correct. There we go. And then for the actual feet, I like to basically go into the coordinates, hit the L, and then just zero them out so that they are actually just pointing straight forward. And you can see when I zero them all out, it actually corrects them so they're pointing the actual way. So let's just do that. Hit the L again, and then the toes. Just zero everything out. All right, and there we go. Now the character is ready for motion capture. Last bit that's very important. You see here we have all the weight tags. So select them all and hit Set Bind Pose. This will basically attach your character to this new corrected skeleton so that when I go back in, find all the skin objects, I can then re-enable them. And now once I reveal my character, you can see that it all looks normal. So now that the character is corrected, I can then go into our motion system, reassign our motion system tag, and then apply the motion capture data to the character itself. So once again, we have our last issue, which is the character is just way too small. So what I like to do, I think 15 was about where it looked right, so let's try that. All right, that looks a lot better. But you can see that the feet, where the bottom of the feet do not line up where the bottom of the motion capture is. And that's very important, because if those don't match, your character is going to be sliding around just ever so slightly. So you got to make sure that it sort of matches. So let's try to do 17. And that looks pretty close. You can see that's the bottom, and this is the bottom of the shoe. So you can see if we zoom out, ignoring the fingers, which we did not correct, the rest of the character looks pretty normal. So like I said, in this motion system tag, I can then take this clip and stretch it out till it says 100% on it. And that means that the clip and the animation are running at the speed they were recorded at. There we go. And then we hit play, and our character is running. So let's just extend this out to 400 frames. And yeah, you can see the character itself now has motion capture data applied. All right, so here's a quick look at the actual facial rig for the character. You see here I've got a few different simple controls here. So we have stuff for the eyes, so we can move those all around. We have a few different positions for the hands. Right now they just have a rest position, so I can undo that. And then if I wanted, the character can do fists, or they could do a simple point. And I do these sort of preset hand positions because the character itself is simple enough where it doesn't really need to have the sort of fine-tuned control that you might need in a more professional, like Hollywood level character rig. So these simple 4 options get the job done, and if I need something more specific, I'll go into it and animate it myself. But for the broad range of actions this character is going to do, these will work just fine. And now we get into the actual main part of the character, which is the facial rig. Now, facial rigs for me were a mystery for the longest time. I could not find any sort of good walkthroughs or just explanations of how to make one, how to create one that's expressive, and just does what I need it to do without it being a whole lot of work to make. So this whole sort of layout is something I came up with myself way back when. And since then, I've just been copying and pasting this whole control panel between all my characters, so I know how they work, and it gets the job done. If I were to go through a few of these controls, you can see I can slide it over and make the character smile. I can do things like a sneer. I can open the mouth. She can do things like blinks, or maybe do a frown, or a smile. And what's great about the way I set this up is that we can mix and match each of these things together. So if I were to make her smile, I can also add in some sneer, and maybe some of this. And you can see we get we can get a good combination of different faces just by combining each of these weird different sort of controls that I've added here. So so if I wanted the character to be really mad, I can add some more sneer, maybe some of this, and then add maybe some stretch to the mouth to make it a bit wider. And now we have a pretty decent expression with not much work. Now, the thing to keep in mind about this process is it's not going to hold up, again, for, say, a Pixar level character. For instance, this character has no way to speak. I didn't bother creating different mouth shapes to do various sentences. So if this were more cinematic, more movie level project, I would actually have bothered to do that. But since it's a quicker short, I figure just covering a broad range of emotions is basically the best I can do. And it really saves on time, only having to worry about doing smiles and sneers and frowns and things like that. And so the way I set this up is it all revolves around a blend shape. So what are blend shapes? Basically, in Cinema 4D at least, a blend shape is a part of the pose morph tag, where if I apply this onto the character itself, I can then go into the attributes, click on points, and now we have access to all the blend shape tools that we'll need. So a blend shape is basically, if I were to create this pose 0 and name it just test, I can then go into my sculpting tools and say I wanted to make the character smile. I can then do create something pretty weird like this. And now we have a blend shape. So if I were to go from edit to animate, you can see now we can slide this slider and it basically creates a little animation for us. So now imagine taking this concept and applying it to basically the broad range of facial expressions, and that's basically how I create this whole facial rig. And so after a few projects, I've created this whole chart of various facial expressions that I know I'll need to create a character that's expressive enough without having to go overboard and creating a number of blend shapes that I know I won't use. So going through here, you can see we have ones for smiling, frowning, sneers, stretches, wide eyes, and then various blinks and other things like that. You see I've also labeled them L smile, L frown, L sneer. And the reason for that is, for this chart at least, I didn't bother making the right side since they're just going to be mirror images of each other, which I'll show you guys in a second. So basically I'll create a smile for the left side of the face, and then I'll take that, mirror it, and then make that the smile for the right side of the face, so I have control over each side. So I'll always have this open as sort of a reference while I'm creating these, just to make sure I have the right list of things done. And it's just a pretty helpful list to have around in case you ever want to know what each of the shapes should look like. So real quick, let's create a few of them so I can just do a quick demonstration here. Let's add a pose, call it L smile. And now we can just take our character and sort of start to subtly model these additional shapes onto it. And you can use all the sort of sculpting tools that Cinema 4D has, but for me, I find just using the grab tool is pretty much all I'll need. And there we go. So this is a very quick example, but you see now we have this smile. We can test the strength here, see if it looks right. And that's looking pretty good. So now that I like that, I'm going to mirror it. So I'm going to do copy, paste, and then selecting it, I'll do flip X, which will put it onto the other side. And now I just have to rename it R smile. And now we have both sides of the face. So if you see, if we go to animate, now we have this kind of creepy smile, but you know, if I were to refine it a bit more, it would look a bit better. So now you can see here, we can combine them, mix and match, and we have a whole facial rig. And now, so how do I rig all these up basically? So the way I do this, if I were to open up the actual face controls that I've made, this is all done using the Espresso tag. And if I open this up, you can see it's actually a whole tangle of nodes that I've made, basically connecting the blend shapes themselves through this giant pose morph window and the controls that I've made. So it might look like a lot, but it's actually a very simple process. I'm very basic when it comes to Espresso, so anything I do in it is bound to be pretty simple. So if I were to demonstrate that real quick, let's just create a spline. And let's scale that down. So say this was our control for the open mouth. So let's just call this open smile. So if we were to apply the Espresso tag, all right, and what you can do in Espresso is you can actually just drag each of these in here. So we have our tool now. And if we go to our pose morph tag, we can drag that in as well. And now we have both the control and the pose morph tag itself. If you just click on the this blue area, you can see we have a few options. So we have L smile enable, L smile strength, and all we have to worry about is adding in the strength. So that's going to be the amount that it's sort of blended into the original shape. So let's just add all three of our strengths here. And so now you see we have those all laid out. And for the actual smile, we want to basically make it so that the higher this control is, the more the character is going to smile. Let's give ourselves access to the y-axis of this control. So if we go into coordinates, transform, position, let's do position y. So if we add in a result node, we can connect it there, and we can see that it actually is updating as we move our control up and down. So now we just need one more thing in between these, which is the range mapper node. And what the range mapper does is it'll take basically this data, if we put it into the input, and it will translate it into sort of a percentage. So the higher this is, the more it goes up to 100%, and the lower it is, the more it goes down to 0%. So let's say when the control is down here, it's going to be at 0%. And when it's up here at, say, 11 centimeters high, it's at 100%. So if we go into the range mapper, let's say that the lowest point it's going to be at is 9 centimeters. The highest point this control is going to go to is 11 centimeters. What it's going to basically do is convert that to a percentage. So if we change the output range to percent, you can see now it goes from 0 to 100%. So again, at 9, it's at 0%, and at 11, it's at 100%. And now all we have to do is connect this percentage into the open mouth, and there we go. Now it's being controlled by the control. And so if I actually keep going above the range we specified, it actually gets more and more intense. And same if I were to go below it, it goes the opposite way. And the way you can fix that is just by clicking on the range mapper node and doing clamp lower and clamp upper, which means once it hits this maximum, it won't go above 100%. And so the character behaves how they should. So that's basically how you put together the facial rig. And you just basically repeat this for every single blend shape. But the beauty of it is that once you have it all set up, you can actually copy and paste this facial rig between setups and then apply your new blend shapes to that. So you can see here, I can just take this old facial rig I have, drag in my new pose morph, and then do, say, open smile strength. And now I can just find where that connects to in the old one, open smile, and connect it into our new pose morph. You can see here, now we have a rigged character. All right, so now that we have this fully realized character with the facial rig, and it's all ready for a mocap, we can then go into the actual motion capture process. So here's a video of me doing the animation for this short. I personally use the Perception Neuron 3. I do look pretty ridiculous while I'm doing it, but it all works out in the end. So I'll do a number of different takes, as you can see here, basically doing slightly different performances, and I'll keep doing this for several minutes until I feel like I have a good set of options to choose from. And you can see I've also found a chair that generally imitates the sort of shape of the one I'm going to be using in the animation, and that I'm also sort of miming out the action of being swung from right to left as the character does in the scene. So that way I can get a bit more interactive animation when I actually put it into the scene itself. So now that we have that loaded, you can see that it's pretty much what I did one-to-one. So now that we have that, we click on the hips, go to animate, and then add motion clip. We can name it test animation. So now if we go into the motion mode, we see we now have our test animation. And then if we want to switch this between projects, we can do save motion source preset and then name it again. Now that we have it saved, we can go into open motion source preset, and then we have our animation. Last thing I do is I make sure that the bones themselves match up with the bones of our character. So you can see here we have the girl, the hips at the top with the right leg, left leg, spine, and so on. And you can see it's mostly one-to-one. The one thing I have to do is make sure to get rid of this extra neck joint. So I just delete that. And now we can just apply this to the character. So let's stretch this out so it's playing at normal speed. Now you can see it is applied to the character, and it's looking pretty good. So one way I can clean up the animation a bit is by clicking on the girl layer, going into the attributes of the motion system, and hitting add. What this does is it puts in another layer. Let's just bring this on top of our motion capture data. And what this pretty much is an extra animation layer that will then make adjustments to the motion capture data underneath it. So if I wanted to animate the arm raising up here, first off, what I have to do for some reason is I have to wiggle the arm just a little bit, make sure the joint is just slightly offset for some reason. I'm not sure why, but this tells Cinema 4D that I'm going to animate this arm. So now that I've done that, I can add a keyframe, move further on, and then raise the arm up and add a second keyframe. And now you can see we've added some extra motion data on top of it. And this is basically the process I do for any of the joints or anything that might look weird. So you can see here that the arm is actually intersecting with the body just a little bit. So what I might do for the entire animation is I'll just rotate that out slightly and add a keyframe. So now you can see it's a bit better. So a very important tool I like to use with mocap is IK. And what this will do is basically if I were to select the leg and then the base of the foot, and then go into character, create IK chain, you see we now got this green line going from the leg to the foot. And now if I were to click on this new object that was just created, you see I now have complete control over the leg, and it's actually overrided the motion capture data. So if I were to move this over, you can see here, ignoring this issue with the shoe, that the leg actually does stay in the same exact place. And this is basically how you get the character's legs and arms to stay where you want them to be. So for instance, this character is meant to be holding a sort of controller. So if we go into the actual file, you can see I've created IK for both arms so that now if I were to rotate this controller around, that the arms actually follow it one-to-one. And so one last motion capture tip is that sometimes you might need to transition from doing IK animation to motion capture animation. Yeah, so say I've added a IK chain to this hand here. You can see that now the actual arm is going to be stuck in place for the entire animation, which we don't want. So we're going to actually have to transition from the IK to the motion capture data. So the way I do this is if I click on here, you see I've actually created on the arm an IK tag. So you can see there's actually an IK to FK slider here. So if it's at 0%, it's completely IK, and if it's at 100%, it's FK. And FK basically is going back to whatever keyframed animation we might have. So if I were to slide it, you see the arm moves just slightly, but that's actually not the motion capture data. So what we actually have to do if we want to be able to seamlessly move between IK and FK animation, if we have to click on the girl in the motion mode, go up to motion system and then convert layer to keyframe animation. And what that does is it just bakes down all our motion capture data, all the sort of cleanup we did on top of that, and puts it into a bunch of keyframes that aren't part of this motion mode area. All right, and now you see down here we have all these keyframes. So every frame has now been converted and everything looks the same. But now if we go into our IKFK, if we slide this, you see it goes right into the motion capture data. So moving on to actually lighting the scene, you can see here in the final frame that the lighting actually feels pretty simple. It's seemingly just like a single sunlight object shining through the window and sort of illuminating the scene inside with, of course, like a few extra lights. But there's actually much more to it. So if I were to remove every light that's not the sunlight, the scene becomes actually very dark. And that's because I have tons of invisible lights scattered throughout the scene, highlighting different important parts of it. So I like to think of this as basically painting with light, because you're able to then take these invisible area lights and just scatter them throughout the scene to highlight certain areas of the frame. So for instance, there's one up here that gives her hair this rim light along with her hat. There's another one in this corner here that highlights basically the figures and the computers. Another one for the bed itself, and then a bunch more that basically fake this sort of global illumination that we might get from the sunlight object itself. And now you might wonder, like, why do we not just use a very bright sunlight object that just shines through the window and illuminates everything naturally? And the reason for this is basically because it gives you a lot more control if you break it up into these individual lights. So if I wanted this bed to be a little bit darker, I can just change those values, which I really couldn't do if it was just lit by the sun. So if you actually look at the scene itself, you'll see all these invisible area lights throughout the whole setup. So if I highlight them, you see there's actually around, I think, 20 of them highlighting different parts of the scene. So we have, again, the one up here that sort of shines down to basically imitate this blue flare that we have in the space background. Same with another one that highlights sort of the goggles. And then there's even a third one right here that is just shining on her face that gives that basically separates it more from the background and makes it feel a bit brighter. And one more thing I like to do while designing the scene is I'll put in a lot of practical lights. These are basically physical lights that motivate how I light the entire scene. So for instance, the tube light over here that sort of shines down on the computer, that's an example of a good practical light. And the biggest one of all is the two flares that are happening in the space background. And these basically motivate the warm light that we see on her face, while also motivating the blue, cool rim light that we have on the back of her head. And this just creates a very interesting sort of color contrast that I really wanted to have for the scene. So one more time, before and after is just a big difference when we add in all these invisible lights. So one more thing you need to keep in mind before you render is it's really important to use AOVs when you export the animation. An AOV is basically a separate pass that the renderer goes through that just gives you basically more information to work with when you're doing compositing. You can see here I have one for the depth, so how far away things are from the camera. Stuff for all the volumetrics, like the haze that you get from the TV, things that are glowing. And then we have a whole bunch of puzzle mats. What you'll see a puzzle mat is later on is basically a way to create a mask in After Effects that you can then use to basically adjust the light values, the colors, or really anything of whatever object you made a puzzle mat out of. So basically like the 10 you see here are highlighting different parts of the scene that I think might be important and that I might want to change the values of later. So things like the girl's face, her cap, the bed, just things like that. So I have much more control during compositing to sort of tweak the values and make it seem exactly right. So with all that said and done, we now move into the final stage, which is compositing. Now compositing for me, again, was one of the biggest mysteries of all time. There wasn't like a clear explanation of it online and how it might be used from scene to scene. And the reason for that is because it really does depend. Some scenes you might just use it to add like a vignette or change the levels, while for others you might be altering the colors of characters' outfits, adding smoke, adding fire, lens flares, all sorts of elements that basically things that a 3D program just can't quite fake. So for Space Nobblers, it was actually pretty simple. This was basically the final render I got after many hours of letting that run. You can see it actually looks pretty similar to the final look of the short, but there are some key differences. Yeah, so if we move over here, you can see this was before compositing, and then this was after. So what I really did is de-emphasize a lot of parts of the scene. You can see I've added things like a vignette, I've blurred the edges, I made the space background a lot more subtle, and then I added a lot of smudges onto the window itself. And I did all these because when I brought it into After Effects, I was looking at it and my eye was just getting lost in all the detail. Everything was very sharp, crisp, in focus, and of course well lit. So that kind of made it a bit of a mess to try and find where the focal point was. So what I really wanted to do was just de-emphasize all that by darkening the edges, making sure things were a bit blurry where I didn't want people to look, and then just making sure that this space background didn't sort of compete with the actual subjects of the film. Because you can see in the original version, it was a bit strong, the stars were very bright, and everything just kind of felt a bit lost. So I took that and sort of just turned down the stars, turned down the planets, and made the window a lot smudgier as a way to basically separate the characters from the background. So here's all the passes that I got out of my AOVs, and you can see most of them are these red, green, and blue puzzle mats. And so what those basically do is I've highlighted a number of different objects in every puzzle mat that I exported. So here I have the background along with the candy. Here it might be the metal plating on the ship and the counters. And then here we have the gun itself, the chair, and all sorts of things. So every piece here I can then take into After Effects, separate, and then adjust the levels. So one way I might do that is I have this puzzle mat of the computer. So to actually isolate this as its own mask, I would then make a duplicate of the render, go into Set Mat, and then I can actually select the puzzle mat right above it where it says Use for Mat. Instead of Alpha Channel, I would set it to whatever color the mat I wanted to isolate is. So in this case, it's green. And so now if you actually solo this, you see the computer is now its own separate layer that I can then basically drag any sort of effects onto it and control it from there. So if I wanted to basically make it a bit brighter in the scene, I can do that, and it basically animates in a very seamless way. And that's just one example of all the things I can do with these puzzle mats that I exported. And it's the reason why I basically export a ton of them every time I do an animation. So for me, compositing is really about having the maximum amount of control over the scene after I render it. And so the last big bit of compositing I did here is if you actually look at the original scene, there's no candy that's being fired out of the gun. Instead, the gun is miming the motions. The alien is actually having candy pop into their mouth, but there's nothing to bridge the gap between the two. And the reason I did this is I originally tried to do it using a physics simulation in Cinema 4D, but it just didn't look right. The speed was too slow, and it was often like bouncing off of the alien instead of going into the mouth and sort of collecting there. So I decided this would actually be a very easy thing to do in After Effects using Trapcode Particular. So you can see here I made actually a separate candy render where it just spins around and changes colors. So I'm actually able to take that and make a Trapcode Particular effect. And I'm very inexperienced in this program, but I knew because it was basically just spawning this sprite and making it shoot out into space that it could be a very simple effect. And then all the motion blur basically covers up any mistakes that I might have made. So you can see here we have the base particular effect. Basically just a bunch of white dots sprouting from the center. First things first, I would want to go into the particle. Instead of sphere, we want a sprite. In the sprite controls, we can select our flying candy to act as that sprite. So now if I actually scale up our particles, you can see we actually have a whole bunch of candies now that are just spawning from the center. So let's increase that speed. Now we just have this crazy looking particle effect. So if I actually want to make these shoot off in a certain direction, I can then go down to environment and change the wind direction. And that'll basically tell it to move in a very particular direction. So if I were to crank this all the way up, you can see now they actually retreat into the background as they're fired. So I can actually also tell this to move slightly over. And now you have this crazy looking cannon effect. And if we want to, we can also add a bunch of motion blur over the top of it, which will make it take a lot longer to render, but it'll look a lot more realistic in the end. And that's pretty much like the basics of how you sort of achieve this this simple particle effect.
And that's it. I know that was a lot of stuff to get through, but hopefully you picked up a thing or two. Again, this is all just to show that yes, it is possible for one artist to create something if they're super efficient about it. You gotta be sure not to do like too much extra work that no one will really notice, because like cutting out all those extra bits helps optimize the whole workflow. So you can create like some awesome animations in like a relatively short amount of time. Anyways, feel free to check out some of my other animations on my Instagram or YouTube. I always have a lot of fun making those, and you can see more about Something's Awry over on our website. Thanks so much, Maxon, for having me here, and I'll see you guys next time.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with the man himself. I believe he goes by This Guy Is Awesome. Kris Theorin. Kris, amazing job, man. Great job.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, so, ran across your stuff. I can't believe I didn't find you sooner, but with the, it was Infinite Journeys. It was the Infinite Journeys contest by our good friend and Punisher. And wow, from there, here you are. You use so many of the different Maxon tools in your workflow, and you do it so seamlessly. How long did it take you to develop your pipeline to say, okay, I'm going from ZBrush to Cinema, Redshift, and Trapcode, and how did that evolve? First of all,
I think I really started developing that whole pipeline probably, I think in the beginning of middle of 2020, I think is when I first started doing this, the whole ZBrush to Mixamo to Cinema 4D and to Redshift. And basically, I mean, I've been sort of refining it ever since. It's basically, I've added like a little program, other programs onto it after that, like using more like Trapcode, using more of like the Red Giant plugins. And then just, of course, sort of refining how I do like, how quickly I can do things in ZBrush, like making characters and doing all the rigging and sort of just adding little bits and pieces, especially onto like things like the facial rigs I'll add. I've added new sort of shapes onto characters as I like do more projects and realize like, oh, this shape is missing, and other like sort of emotions that I need the character to do that I just didn't do for previous projects.
Awesome. Yeah, I think I don't know if our exec team is following you around and just buying whatever company you're using. If it was a couple of years ago, it's like, oh, he's using ZBrush, get it.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's just what it seems like. We do have questions. If you do have questions, you thought about that?
Yeah.
Like, wait a second, everything I'm using in my pipeline just gets purchased. All right, so let's see here. If you do have questions, go ahead and just @ me in the comments on the YouTube chat, and we'll try and get them, or my team member will try and grab them, toss them into my question queue here, and then we'll be able to ask them to Kris and see what he says. So let's see here. First of all, let's see, Kris, where do you usually get your base meshes from? So yeah, you mentioned as far as getting, your UV'd out meshes and things like that. Where are you grabbing those?
I think for most of them, I mean, they're all like basically on every single like model website. So I think they're on like CG. Yeah, they're on like Turbo Squid, other places like that. I mostly get mine, I believe, from ArtStation. They also have their own marketplace. And so I basically found the whole library of them from like one particular artist whose name I unfortunately cannot remember. But if you look up just on like ArtStation or any place that you can get actual meshes from, and just look up like a base mesh or a ZBrush base mesh, they'll all pop up, and they're all in various sizes, different types of characters, things like that. So like you really have a whole large option of ones to like sort of choose from, and then see if you can like adjust it from there, and change all the proportions and whatnot.
Very cool. Yeah, and if you want to, after we're done here, if you want to dig up that artist or anything, I'll toss them in the chat for everybody. So
yeah, absolutely.
Get those meshes. Somebody's moving into. Carlos was asking actually about mocap. So tell us a little bit about the mocap suit you're using and a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I've been using the Perception Neuron 3 for around, I think, 2 years now, or actually a year. And then I've used previous things from Noidum, which is the company that makes the suit. And I just love the whole process of using that particular suit. It gives very clean motion capture, even when I'm doing like crazy like running around or jumping. It can handle like a lot of it. Obviously, there's still parts where it completely freaks out, and I'll have to redo that, or I'll have to adjust things. But for like the large majority of things, it's basically like the animation you see in like all my shorts is like more or less like the raw animation, and I just basically adjust, where the head is looking, or like how far apart the arms might be, but never really having to go through and like frame by frame fix like little jittering or things like that, just because the whole thing is pretty stable. And then since I've been using this whole motion capture workflow for like, I think it's been like 5 years now or something, I've slowly like refined the sort of weird tips and tricks I have to go through, which I talked about earlier, just to get it to sort of look right on these characters. I know since then, like, Cinema 4D has introduced like a few more things like aimed at motion capture, which I've yet to really dig into fully, but I've just found, the workflow I do is great for having like the maximum amount of, I guess, maneuverability. Oh my God, maneuverability when you have to sort of when you want to like cut around clips, or sort of blend two different takes together, or make it faster or slower. It's just the easiest way I've found to do all that.
Really? Okay. So, and how long have you been using that motion capture system?
Well, for what do you mean by the system? The suit or the
Well, let's go both. How about both?
Yeah, the suit. Well, this particular suit I've had for basically about a year now. Then before that, I used, I believe, the Perception Neuron V2, I think it was called. I used that since I think like 2017. But the new suit's definitely like a major jump up from that. And then, ever since I've had this suit, I believe I've been sort of refining the workflow since like 2018. It definitely was like a whole bunch of trial and error with all the things you saw in the presentation, with adjusting like the joint orientation and scaling up the character to make it all sort of work right with the size of the mocap data. But after like a few months early on of like ironing out those kinks, after that it all sort of worked out.
Very cool. Yeah, no, I actually made a big note on that as far as the joint and joint direction for the axes of the joints, because I'm wondering, like, we have a programmer somewhere that could knock out a script real quick.
I've I've had that exact same thought.
Right? It's when I saw that, I was like, no, that seems like such a waste of time. It doesn't add to the art.
I mean, I've definitely had that exact same thought. Like when I first started doing that, I would not be surprised if someone came to me and just like, hey, here's a button. This has been here the whole time. You can just click that and it all works out. I know some people have mentioned there's like you can align the axes of the actual joints. There's a button for that, but at least from what I've sort of messed with it, it doesn't do it. It doesn't align it correctly based on sort of the directions each of the things have to face. It doesn't. It seems to. It might do it like inverted, so like the y-axis is facing down, or the x-axis might be facing like off somewhere else. So there's no like combination of like settings I've found at least to get that to all work out with one click. But you know, if that were a thing that I'm just like sort of missing, I would be so happy to find that. But overall, like, you know, it only takes me like 5 to 10 minutes to sort of do all that stuff. So it's not been like the biggest time waster.
Yeah. Well, maybe, so if anybody's listening and you have done this and you've actually fixed this problem that, you know, of the joint facing, and that's specifically for mocap data or just any rig from Mixamo?
Well, if you're using the newer Cinema 4D sort of tag for motion capture, then that whole thing doesn't even matter, because it doesn't, the joint orientation between characters does not have to line up between your character and the motion capture data. But for the motion builder that I use, unfortunately, it does seem they do have to line up, which can be somewhat of a pain if you aren't sort of aware of that sort of thing. But yeah, it really depends on just where you get the skeleton from. Since I get it from Mixamo, they have their own like Mixamo skeleton where the joints will face the way they face in the video. But you know, if you're getting it from like somewhere like Maya, or making your own skeleton, then they could be facing like any which way. Yeah, and it could just be the correct way to start out with. But I've yet to really see that, except in like maybe a few cases.
All right. Well, hopefully my dev team or training team, if you're listening and watching this, yeah, let us know. Let us know, and hopefully we can get back and share that with the rest of the crew. John Corbett says a big thank you for this. So definitely thank you. Question for me was time to set up your animation controllers and your process on that, because like, ooh, this guy has some really clean controls.
Yeah, those I set up in a day back in like 2019. There's this one day I went through all the controls I had for the characters and each of the facial animations I needed. Set that all up with splines. Used a bunch of like I believe protection tags, I think they were called, to limit, you know, where the controls can go so they don't fly off the screen while I'm like animating. And then since then I've just been copying and pasting that whole thing from project to project. So every character has the exact same sort of control panel. And then I'll just go into the espresso tags, like I said, and sort of switch out the wires where they go to, connecting to different like pose morph tags. And so that's like one of the workflow things I've figured out that saves me so much time, just recycling that whole thing, and not having to make a new facial rig like from scratch, and you know, just moving it from character to character.
I'm sure somebody's going to ask, okay, is it on Gumroad? Can I buy it? I think that's the next logical thing. So if you haven't, maybe package that up, and you know, I'm sure folks here would enjoy it, because it just looks like a lot of work. See here. Somebody is wondering, the Mixamo rig has no facial joints, right? I mean, last time I used it, all you get is basically a head and neck.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it only does the actual like character body itself, and I then have to go through and basically create each of these facial shapes like from scratch, based off of, you know, how this particular character looks. I've tried to, you know, try and figure out a way to recycle them between characters, but since everything, you know, every character has different facial shapes and all that, it would just look kind of strange if I tried to just recycle like a smile from one character to another character. You know, it probably would look pretty funky. But luckily, I've created that chart that I showed. That at least it gives me like a good starting point for a list of shapes I need to create when starting with a new character.
Yeah. While we're on the mocap piece, Looks like Adal was asking mocap data. Can it be directly imported into C4D? So yeah, what formats are you getting out of, was it Neuron? What was the name of it?
Yeah, Noidum.
Noidum.
Yeah,
Okay.
Noidum has their own, I believe it's called Axis Studio. That is their own like program that you record the actual mocap data in, and then you can clean it up and then export it. Usually as an FBX. I don't think any other programs really use a better format. So, and yeah, obviously you can just drag and drop an FBX into the program, and then add it to the motion builder, and save it from there.
Yeah. So standard FBX. All right. Let's see here. More and more questions. Let's see here. Somebody was wondering, can you please provide the files to follow along? Once again, I think that's a good sales opportunity. If you have your rigs and stuff like that, I'm sure people would definitely enjoy to play with those. Let's see here. You mentioned this character isn't rigged for speaking. Can you suggest any tutorials or go into details about how to set it up for speaking?
Yeah, so I've made like, I believe there's like a handful of characters I made before that actually can speak. Unfortunately, I don't know of any tutorials off the top of my head to actually do that. The way I did it was basically just looking up a whole list of all the, like, I believe they're called like phonemes or phonemes.
Yeah.
To see like different mouth shapes you'll need to create any sort of sound. So you got like the O, the things for like F, M. It's not obviously for every individual letter of the alphabet, but just the sounds that you might make while talking to someone. You basically just go through, model those all out, and I believe it's like an extra like 10 shapes you have to make for it, which that again, even for that'll work for up to a point, but in more professional, like Pixar animations and Disney, they'll actually create very specific controls like on the mouth and on like the face, so they can actually like maneuver, move like individual parts of like the lip around, and it's just like much more fine-tuned control to get like the most natural looking like speech out of a character than what you might otherwise be able to do just with like the morph tag or the post morph tag that I use.
I'm just checking in chat. We got some more. And, all right. See, I'm getting to you, Jesus. Don't worry. I got that one. I have the same question, so I will reveal what that question is later, but you all see it in the chat. So another question on the mocap is animating hand motion. So is the suit capturing all that hand data, or are you redoing it? What's your process when it comes to hand motion?
Yeah, so for I know a lot of suits, or at least some suits, do come with like an optional like a hand motion capture setup. They'll like put a bunch of sensors like on the fingers, and it can like detect when you're doing like a fist or pointing or things like that. Though for me, like I found you need much more fine-tuned controls, because even if you're doing motion capture and it's like capturing when you're doing like a fist or something, that might be something you want to go back into later on and change like the timing of that, or change sort of the actual pose of the fist, because it might not look right with your character. So for me, I've never actually used any of like the motion capture data that I might have gotten if I used hand motion capture. Instead, if you look back at my rig, you'll see on the other side of the character, there is a whole hand motion capture like control or hand pose control panel, which just has a series of very specific hand poses, like resting or doing a fist, pointing. And that's basically for what I do. That's more or less like all I need. And, I once again use the pose morph tag to using recording the rotation of the character as opposed to recording points, to actually create each of these like poses with the hand, and then doing the whole espresso setup and connecting to the control panel. Very similar workflow to what I do for the facial animations, but once I set that up, as the character is acting, doing the motion capture, I can then just turn some sliders around and have the character be doing a rest with their hands or doing a fist, and it's a much more sort of precise way of doing it. And since I'm not doing like any sort of close-ups on the hand, it doesn't have to be like intricate animation that I might otherwise need like motion capture for.
Right. Okay. So some of the general hand motions, it's just your rig. Have you found that to be more than sufficient for 99% of what you're doing, and then just doing some point level stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. There's like it's been like barely, there's only like a few times when I'll like go out of this whole rig I've made and actually pose the hand in a very specific way, especially if I have a close up of it, like grabbing an object or something like that.
Okay.
Then I'll do some tweaks on it, make sure the hand is like making contact like correctly. But, you know, for at least the stuff I do, which is a very, you know, wider shots, more kinetic animation, that's all I really need.
Yeah, it's much more gestural than it is precise.
Yeah, because when the character is in motion, you won't even notice that I like literally have, I think, like, you know, 5 keyframes on the hand, just moving it from like a fist to a rest position back to a fist. And, you know, people don't really notice because, you know, it's not more nuanced animation that you might like see in like a Pixar film.
Right. So, did you go to mime school, by the way? So, like, how are you like the acting? I feel like you do is so animated. Animating is so animated. Yes, it's just really lively. So, yeah, did you go to any acting school? And then do you use your video, like the facial gestures and stuff like that, to then reference the whole time, or do you have something different in your mind, or are you trying when you're actually capturing it to give as much emotion for reference?
Yeah, so I have not gone to mime school. I do have like I have very like limited experience doing like short films, acting in those, but you know, I am not an actor. It's basically something I've sort of, I guess, sort of figured out over time, what looks best on sort of stylized cartoon characters, based on like how I recorded it. So, you know, I've recorded previous characters where I'll look back on the data when it's applied to like this more stylized character, and the arms will be like too far in, the head is just like not moving enough. It doesn't feel animated. So when I go into my next short, or I'll redo that animation, then I'll know to actually exaggerate it more, make it feel more big. And then I sort of take that experience and, you know, go on from there. But in terms of the actual like motion capture, or in terms of like, you know, the facial expressions I'm doing during like the motion capture process, those are really just like, they're not really intentional. I'll just do them, you know, I'm basically trying to act as the character, but anything I do in that isn't really trying to use it as reference, because especially if you use like the short film or the scene that I had in my presentation as an example, like in the motion capture video that I do, I'm doing like really angry, like sort of face, like very intense, and the character itself is doing a more like excited, more energized face. So they don't really line up, and that's just, you know, because I wasn't really thinking about it. I was just sort of doing whatever, trying to get the motion capture data for the actual body. So I won't go back and use like that as a reference for like the facial expressions. Instead, I just kind of do what looks right on the character when I'm like messing with all the facial controls and stuff like that.
Okay.
Because it often won't translate when your character is so stylized, and their face is like so different from mine that I can't just look at my face, look at their face, and try to like copy the expressions.
You just know it's like, okay, kind of angry or intense or whatever.
They're all gonna have like their own unique way of looking angry compared to like how I look angry.
Yeah, you just know angry.
Yeah, exactly.
Just know like, okay, this is me being angry, but it's going to be its own thing. Very cool. Somebody was wondering, Maxon, with every pose morph, are all points stored or just the move points? That's a good question. Looks like a doll's. And I asked that, and what I got back was, I believe that it's just the movement of the points unless you are linking to external meshes, and that was Donovan. So hopefully that takes care of that one. Let's see here. Somebody's wondering, range mapper. Yeah, range mapper is like linear function in AE expressions. Is that right?
I'm not sure what that
linear
means.
Functions in AE. I don't use that.
Yeah, I'm very inexperienced with any math or Espresso or anything like that. I just know what the tools I need to use to get it done.
Yeah, so the range mapper, that's another thing too, is you can always right click and show help on the different Espresso nodes and things like that, so you can see it. But I don't know, somebody who knows a little bit more about linear functions in AE, if you can pull that up, but I need to update my AE skills. But anyway, we have another question, and this one is from me and Jesus Suarez. I was waiting on this because when I saw it, I was like, crypto mats, puzzle mats. You have 1,000 puzzle mats, but not a single crypto mat. So do you want to go into why you're using puzzle mats instead of crypto mats, or is it just an old workflow you've always done? What's your approach here?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is leans towards it is a workflow I've done for a while now, so I don't really have much need to change it. But at least from the one time I tried CryptoMats a few years ago, I did find it added some render time to the project. And I assume just because I have like more dense scenes with like a lot of different objects, a CryptoMat might export, a mat for each object in that scene. And that seemed to add at least like a more significant amount of time that, since I know the specific objects that I need to like export out a separate mat for, I find puzzle mats are just a more fine-tuned, precise way of doing it. And at least from like my tests, I've not seen them add much of any render time to it as opposed to a CryptoMat. But that might be different now. I might go back and it might actually add like no time at all.
Go back.
It's just something I haven't tried in like a few years. So
definitely. And Jesus, if you have the answer for why you, what your approach is and why CryptoMats over puzzle mats, I know for me personally in the last project I was doing, puzzle mats, I forgot a couple things sometimes, and then I go back and I'm like, oh no, now I have to re-render. Where if I hit the CryptoMat, I'm like, oh, at any time I can pull whatever object that's in the scene. So that's just a big deal to me. Versus, just knowing that I'm going to forget something and know I need to key it later, or just like, oh, this layer, it just needs to be a little bit more isolated. I have something overlapping I forgot, and then I'm frustrated and trying to, kick off another render. But yeah, so Jesus, if you have information on why you choose one or the other, yeah, we can knock it out. But that's my big one is I know I'll forget something. I just know it. I know I'll just do it. All right, so somebody was asking, and I'm still working on your question that you have for beta, Mozanath. Okay, yeah, Mozanath. Your question that you have for beta, go ahead and toss that in. I will try and get that question out to our team and see what we can come up with. And I know you're looking for Linux, but there's like a bajillion versions of Linux, so I don't know exactly which one. So. All right, questions for Kris. I will try and grab those other questions at another time. Let's see. Hey, Kris, where do you usually go for your base meshes? We got that. Any tips for keeping the MoGraph character's feet planted and angled to the floor when it's moving around? That's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone has done motion capture before, does know that like the feet sliding around on the floor can be the biggest headache to try and fix. For my characters, I find, they also obviously have that sort of issue sometimes. I'll basically try to hope that it's hidden at least in some of the wider shots. So for those, if you look really closely, you can see the feet do slide around. But yeah, for feet in motion, I don't really have any tips for that. The only way to fix it that I know of is using some sort of like IK system that I sort of talked about in the presentation a bit, where at least when the character is standing still, you can use IK on the feet so that they are planted to the floor as the character does its whole thing. But once it starts moving around, it is a more granular sort of approach you have to do to basically, if the feet slide around from step to step, you have to basically turn IK on and off with like a slider.
Step by
that
step.
when it's planted on the floor, it'll be completely IK, and then as it peels off the floor, you slide it back to FK animation, which in this case is the mocap, and it goes back to that, and then you kind of repeat that for each step. That's something I only do in like very specific shots that I think it's super necessary for. Because I mean, if I do that for like a run or for all character walking, it would just take way too much time, and I don't think people would notice that much.
Yeah. That seems like it'd be something great if you could automate it. If that was an automated project, like using a collision tag, if a collision tag and like a field or something like that would say, okay, well, this collision or, the weight of this based on this field is active, then use IK. And then if not, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just talking because I'm not going to program it. So I'm just giving somebody a head start to go ahead and program it. That's how I think we should be able to do it. Looks like Adals is asking another question, and that is, has he used Redshift before or since it was part of C4D? So were you using Redshift before they were part of the Maxon family?
Yep, that's it's another one of the things where it does feel like all the programs I use are becoming part of Maxon, and that's all fine with me. You know, it all sort of works a lot better now. But yeah, I've been using that since late 2019, so it's been a while.
Yeah. All right. So then another question on that, and while we're on rendering, is do you render locally? If so, what hardware are you rendering, and how do you plan for render times? If you're using a render farm, is it someone you know or just a service?
Yeah, I render locally. Basically, I have a few computers with like multiple GPUs in them, since I do all this for like commercial projects. So my main computer that I use has several like 2080 Ti's in it, and then there's just another computer where I've put some older GPUs, and then I'll just use the sort of team render and all that to like get them done. But for render times, you know, I'll be doing various like test renders as I'm like refining a scene, making sure it looks all right. And if those render times for each of these individual frames are getting like real high, there might be a point where I'm just going to take like half a day and then just start like basically deleting objects in the scene and rendering them again to see like what is causing this to take like upwards like, you know, 20 minutes to render. And hopefully I like find that and realize, oh shoot, I was like way too much displacement on the ground, or like way too much like grass here or something like that. And I'll optimize the scene from there. But you know, as long as I know there's like a certain range of times that it takes to render on my computer where, you know, if it's under 10 minutes with like my 4 like 2080 Ti's, I will say that's fine and just sort of deal with it. But certain shots I've done have gone above that. And that's when I start getting like real nervous, because those shots are going to take at least like a day or several days to render out.
Wow. Yeah, so you just brute force trying to optimize your scene, just like delete, try again.
Yeah, I mean that is how I do all my troubleshooting. I'll just go through the scene, delete things one by one, and hope the problem stops at some point. And that it takes a while, but it usually works out.
Yeah. Wow. Multiple 2080s. Any VRAM issues? Somebody's wondering. Do you ever run into VRAM?
Yeah, I mean that not like as bad as it used to be. I used to use like other render engines before, and those weren't as good with dealing like sort of the RAM issues. But I know at least Redshift, I believe, will go out of I believe it's like out of core memory or something like that when I exceed the, I think it's like 10 or 12 gigs of VRAM in the 2080 Ti. So that all goes on in the background, and I've not really had much issue with that. You know, obviously for the bigger scenes, I've done some big cities and things like that. Those will just take a while to render, but at the very least they don't crash. And that's like the most I can hope for when dealing with like the sort of balancing VRAM.
All I can hope for is don't crash. Yeah, that's it. Kris, thank you so much for joining us. We would love to have you back in the future on future shows, or maybe one of the live shows even, if possible, when we're heading out east, or bring you out wherever we're heading. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we definitely love you. So yeah, big round of applause, internet. You can give a big round of applause. Yep, you can hear them all around the world. Big round of applause for you, Kris. So we're going to take a quick break here. And stay tuned, though. We're going to be right back with our next presenter, which will be Sarah Gibson. So we'll see you soon.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. We're here ready for our next presenter. Up next, the one, the only Sarah Gibson.
Hey everybody, I am so excited to be back at the 3D Motion and Design Show. It has been about 1.5 years since I was first on, and so much has happened since then, and I am so excited to be able to share all of that with you. But before we get into that, let's go ahead and watch my latest reel.
Saturday, looking like a debutante in California. Tell the world to hold on, cause I'm on my way. We'll be shaking, baking till the break of dawn. A candlelit soiree underneath the stars, and the boys are gonna hang with the fancy cars. Everybody's on stage cause we're living life. Get ready, baby, till the final song. Turn up the music, baby. Ooh, ooh. We about to lose it, make the news, news. Walking to the party, always looking foxy. There's a lot of shaking going on. Things are getting saucy, living so glossy. There's a lot of shaking going on. Tell me, do you feel it? Show me that you mean it. Walking to the party, always looking foxy. There's a lot of shaking going on.
Okay, I know why you're all here. You're here because I worked on this little indie film called Lightyear. I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, Pixar. It's insane. I am so I have no words. Reception is just amazing, and I am so lucky and thrilled, just thrilled and speechless still that they brought me onto the team. And today I'm going to be talking about that, and I'm very excited to share that Pixar is allowing me to show a clip of the end credits with you. So we're going to watch that now before I dive into this. So that should give you a pretty good idea of what the end credits look like for Lightyear. Now, I have a fun idea. We're going to start this from scratch. No models, nothing. And we're going to build something in ZBrush. Now, since Lightyear is the Marvel movie of the Pixar universe, and as we all know that Marvel is a multiverse, so it stands to reason that Lightyear also has a multiverse. So I thought we could do a spin on that. And in some other universe, there's another movie just like Lightyear, but it's about a robot. So we're going to model a robot in ZBrush, and we're going to put him in the credits. Before we start modeling, I just wanted to take a moment to talk about references. Before I start modeling anything, I always gather as many different references as I can or feel that's necessary. And what I love to use is this app called Eagle, spelled just like the bird. And what's really great about it is that there is actually a web little Chrome thingamajig where I can click in it and I can save a URL, I can batch save, I can capture an area, I can do all that. But say I also have like an image, I could also right click and save image to Eagle. So I just think that is really great. The other thing is that when you save it, you can add tags to it. It'll put where it came from. It'll also create swatches of the colors used in it. And it's just really great because I can throw everything in there. I can add tags to it. It's easily searchable. See, I searched robot and it's pulled all the images that I've tagged with robot. And yeah, it's just really great. I really love it. Now on to ZBrush. As some of you may have spotted, I have my friend Knox Art up here. I wanted to call him out because I learned ZBrush from him. He has this really great intro to ZBrush series, and I also use his shortcuts on some of my brushes, which are really nice. But if you have never used ZBrush before, I highly suggest you check out his series. It is very straightforward and you'll pick it up super fast. And here is the base I've gone ahead and created for our robot with all the different pieces. And I just sculpted this out real quick with spheres, nothing fancy. I can go ahead and show you how I did that. One thing I did in particular was after, if I undo this. No, I don't want to undo this one. Let's undo a different one. All right. Now I start off with a sphere on one side and then I go into geometry, modify topology, mirror and weld, and that will mirror it on the other side and makes it one. And then when I have on transform, when I have activate symmetry on, then when I do one thing on one side, it'll do it on the other side, which is just really nice for when sculpting a character or any sort of humanoid like this. Excuse me. It's really great for whenever you're sculpting any sort of humanoid shape or anything that's going to be symmetrical, just so that way while you're sculpting, it's also happening on the same side. Granted, you could just do it all on one side and then mirror and weld it, but I like seeing the full picture while I'm working. That's just a personal preference. All right, I did mention the shortcuts that I use for the brushes. I got 1 is standard, 2 move, 3 is clay, 4 dam standard, 5 is trim dynamic, and 6 is inflate. Now, I mentioned that I got these from Nick, my friend Nick, and they are a free download. They're linked on the first video of that series that I showed you. So it's just a really quick and easy way to have some of the brushes you're going to use the most. And I am going to take a moment to talk about some other brushes that are particularly useful for hard surface modeling. We are going to start off with one that you have to actually open up. So let's go into Lightbox. And let's go to brush, and we want to go into trim. Now in trim, there's this trim hole brush, and I really like this one. I'm going to click N. It's going to bring up all my pieces. I want the chest. Now, let me Dynamesh this before I dive into this, or else it's not going to look very good. Let's up the subdivisions a bit. Now, there we go. All right. So for instance, let's say we were giving him some like circles on his shoulder. Like you get these really nice slices. You have to get just the right angle, but say I pull this up and make it smaller. Then I could cut. Oh, I could cut into it. And you could just get some really interesting geometry that way. So I like doing that, using that for like bolts and stuff like that on a hard surface. So that is one brush that I really love that you have to go into your light box to open up. And again, that's called Trim Hole. You can see it up there. It's really nice. Another one, this is for masks specifically, is the mask curve. Now, to activate your mask, you want to click Control, and it turns yellow. And this one, you drag it out, you click Alt, it's going to curve it. You click Alt twice, you're going to get a hard edge. Click Alt again, it's a curve. You get the idea. So that is a really great way to do some good cutouts and stuff in ZBrush. So that's what I like now. This shape isn't bad. Spoiler alert is that I've already modeled our robot. This is just for me to show you guys techniques I use, and then we're going to skip to the finished robot because modeling takes a while, and I think it'd be kind of boring you guys watching me just mess around in ZBrush for an hour. And then we want to get to Cinema 4D and all the other cool stuff. So to inverse it with Control, I just click and it inverts. Now, here's another brush that I really like, and I'm bringing up the brush menu by clicking B. For those of you that aren't familiar with ZBrush, just so you know, click B, all your brushes come up. Now, what I want in particular, Move Infinite Deep. This I really like for if I'm bringing a bunch of polygons in or bringing a bunch of polygons out. It just has a smoother control than if I was just using Move. Yeah, so that is how I do things like that. Use the Move Infinite Deep. Now that we have that out, I'm gonna deselect. So let the topology think a little bit. Now, another brush that I love for hard surface modeling is the S Polish. Where are you? S Polish. Now, shoot. If you ever mess up and can't figure out where you are, just click F and you'll just bounce out a bit. All right. What I like about the S Polish is that it smooths things out, but it holds on to hard edges better than using just smooth. You can see that still has like a nice, decent hard edge. Now here, if I just hold down Shift and I do it, you can see just everything just gets fuzzy, which really isn't what you want for hard surface modeling. You want edges. You don't want that softness like that. So that's why I like the S polish, and I can go back over this part and smooth it out just to make that edge a little bit better. Also does a great job just smoothing out geo very nicely. See? But yeah, so that is why I really like S polish. Okay, let's see. Are there any other brushes I should talk about? Damn Standard is always a good one to use, and it can really help you cut in on your edges, which is something you use in soft as well as hard. But you can get a lot out of just those few brushes. Oh, and of course, pinch. Pinch is another great one for really refining your edges and just getting them really nice. Just pinching them up. So much better. This cut was really messy and it bothers me a lot. But it's probably really good for an example, and you guys get the idea. So those are the general brushes that I use for hard surface modeling. All right, let's jump ahead to the finished robot and get this puppy into Cinema 4D. All right, here is our finished robot. Now what I need to do is I need to bring this mesh down, because right now it is extremely heavy and there is no way I'll be able to bring this into Cinema 4D easily. So I'm not going to do that on camera, as it takes a while and isn't very exciting. But I will tell you that you should go and watch my friend Steve Teep's video right here. And it's all about how to refine blockout meshes in ZBrush with Z-Remesher and Z-Modeler. And this will bring your topology down, like your polygons, and also help you refine. This is especially really good for hard surface modeling. So watch that and I'll show you what I'm doing, and I will see you guys in Cinema 4D shortly. All right, here we are in Cinema 4D. Our robot is in here. I've thrown some textures on him. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I create a custom UV for the credit. And here is the texture right here. As you can see, there is a fill, a stroke, and a heat that I've imported in. And these are JPEG sequences that I rendered out of After Effects, which are very simple. This is just the fill. And they all timed up to match. This is the stroke, so we get a little bit of edges on it. And then this is the heat pass, and when it fills in where it's just like hot. So that is what's going on in there. Let's hop back over here. So I blended these all together. I've also plugged them into a custom AOV, and this is just so I can do some comp work. Now let's go ahead, and I'm gonna need a neck, as I'm gonna do it right here. And I'm gonna go ahead and select the area I'm thinking of. where I want this to be and clean it up. I didn't get this mesh down as low as I would have liked, but I was losing detail, so it is what it is. And I wanted, since the camera is going to land here, it was more important for this to have more detail than other areas, so I picked and chose where I just got rid of polygons more. All right, that should be big enough. Now what we'll do is we're going to go into VP UV edit. Right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select inverse. Okay, I'm going to, first thing, I want to make sure that I'm not undoing the other UV. I want to make sure that is kept. So I duplicated it. Now I'm going to reset UV. Now I only have the part that I want. Yeah, UV transformation tool. This is what I want. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. There we go, that's better. And let's rotate it. And bring it down. Now it looks about center. All right, that should be good. I'll call this as credit. Let me make sure the other one is fine. Yep, other one's still good. All right, that should be good to go. Now we'll go back into my Redshift layout, open up the credit material, and here in the texture, the UV channel, we'll drop in the credit. And let's check my render view. Oh, I also need to apply the material. That'd help. There it is. Ta-da! All right, and that is how you use UVs to texture specific areas. Okay, let's talk about how I built the textures. What I've done is I've used two different scratches textures from Grayscale Gorilla, and then I've used a smudges, another scratches texture. I obviously changed my mind a lot. And then using a scratches texture to change the mix amount, which is just making things feel a little bit more organic. And then in that RS color mix, I'm also pumping it through a ramp. And in this ramp, it's allowing me to kind of crush it a bit. I'm not using a pure white. It's a little bit more of a gray, so it makes the scratches a little bit less aggressive. And depending on how much I crush it, I'll get more or less surface imperfections. it's just a great way to control it. And I learned this trick from the lead on Lightyear, Steve Savell. He is brilliant and just a wonderful guy, and I learned so much from him. But yeah, so that is the general texture setup. For the eyes, I want them to glow, and I use the technique that we used for a lot of the buttons, where I'm actually making his eyes a red glass, and I also have a light behind them, so there's a light in his head. I have found that that just gives a better look and just looks a little bit more realistic than if I would just throw an emissive material on the eyes. So that's what's happening there. Now let's go ahead and take a moment to talk about the stereoscopic cameras. You can see I already have them set up, but I'll go ahead and duplicate this, and then I'm going to delete the right camera, and I'm going to hide this one. We're going to jump into this, and we're just going to pretend the other ones, oh, I want to hide all of them. We're just going to pretend those don't exist. All right, so you've animated your camera and you've been really good, and you've already named it left, LF for left. Now let's say, okay, camera angle is good. We love the animation. Time to do stereo. Awesome. Let me turn it off. So this is how it would be before you would turn it on. Under stereoscopic tab, you're going to go under mono and you're going to go left. And it's going to be automatically on off axis. Off axis is nice because it allows you to control the depth. Now the eye separation is what's really important here. Although actually, let me turn this back off for a second. And we're going to go to the very beginning. Now what I do is I always go to the very beginning of the timeline, and then I take this left camera, I copy and I paste it, and then I make it a child, and then I name it right. All right, and then I check its coordinates. Everything should be 0 except the size, and there should be no freeze transformations on. If you have any freeze transformations, you want to get rid of those because they will screw everything up. Let's go back to the left, stereoscopic. Turn it back on again. Left, off axis. Now this eye separation, you want to right click it, and you want to go to expressions, set driver. You go to the right, you go to object, no, sorry, coordinates. On the X, you're going to go to expressions, set driven, absolute. And now you have stereo cameras. If you want to see them both at once, you go into options, stereoscopic. And now it's going to look a little funny. And this is the part where I would put on my 3D glasses, just to get an idea of how it's looking. Also, if you display, let's do quick shading with lines. This will show it even more. You can see how the lines are going, the red and the blues, which when you're looking for depth is a good thing to do. All right, so that all looks good. Let's say our depth is perfect. The other thing is that when you have the off axis, you're going to have to also then compensate for that and adjust the film offset in the X. Now on the left in stereoscopic, you want to make sure show all cameras is checked on. This will not be checked on by default, so you want to check that on. And I'll show you what that does. Let's zoom out. All right, let's zoom in, and I'm going to click it off. You see that line? We want to line up our right camera with that line, and our right camera is this one. So we go to Object, Film Offset X, and start messing with that. -0.5. That's too far. Let's try -0.4. That's closer. Let's change it to tiny, see if I can zoom in just a little bit more. All right, we can get a little bit closer. Let's try -3.9. That seems to be right on the money. So now our cameras are set up well. A trick to making sure that the part that you want to be landing at a specific spot is you can throw in a cube. Since I can't see where I've placed the credit, I can throw a cube right down there and I can see how much things are separating. If I increase the eye separation, they separate more. If I wanted them both all to be right at camera, I would do that. Let's see where the zero parallax is. This is where your screen is. So this is where like when you're staring at something, that is going to be what is going to be like in the most focus, whereas the near plane is where everything is going out of the camera and the far plane is where everything is going back from the camera. So we want our near plane to be right about there because we want the credit to be just behind the camera. So that looks good. Now let's double check that those adjustments didn't mess up the camera, which they did as expected. So we'll go back into our x-axis. Let's try -0.4, -0.5, a little bit more than that. Let's try 5.5, a little more, 8. Let's try 6, 5, 6, 6. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right. I say our stereo cameras are now ready to render. So I will catch you guys in comp. Okay, here we are in comp. Let me take you through what I did real quick. So this is the left, and I have a camera. I have a comp light that I brought in from Cinema 4D using a great plugin called AE to Cinema 4D Pro. It's just really great for pushing things out of Cinema 4D into After Effects. It's great. And then my green solid is my optical flare, which you can see that in the beginning, which is tracking to the light that I pushed in from Cinema 4D. This is just the inner glow that I added to the eyes using a puzzle mat that I put on the material of that red glass. And I threw an optical glow on top of that and a matte choker just so I can keep it to the insides of the eyes. Now I have a type layer, and I also have a stroke layer with optical flare, with optical glow, as well as on the stroke. Both the stroke and the heat have optical glow. And then I just have the beauty underneath that. So let's go ahead and do the right side. With this selected, I'm gonna go open True Comp Duplicator. I already have it set up and I am duplicating the footage. This isn't really necessary because this is a very simple comp, but I'm going to do this because it streamlines the process and it's really good to do for if you have a more complex comp. Duplicate selected. All right, here it is in our right folder. I'll go ahead and close this window. I'm gonna rename as it turned it to Cinema C4D to C5D. And let's go ahead and rename this as just right. And one. All right. Now in here, it's this duplicate of the like the EXR render. So I'm going to take the right and I'm going to put it on top, and as you can see, we bounce back and forth. Let me go to fit. Like this. You can see how it shifts. One thing that isn't really shifting is the optical flares. And actually what we're gonna do is we're gonna move this over 20 pixels. And then we're gonna throw a reptile on top. And we're gonna expand the left 20 pixels and change it to unfold. And now it fits better. Now, how to double check this? And say you wanted to render out a classic red and blue 3D version to watch at home with your red and blue 3D glasses. Well, in this comp, oops, no, that's not what I want to do. In this comp here, Robot 3D, let me drop in the right. And on this adjustment layer, I have an effect called 3D glasses. This is standard in After Effects, if you didn't know. I'm gonna plug in the right view, and I have done it as balanced red, blue, left, right. And so now if you have 3D glasses, you can put them on and you will actually see depth. You'll see parts coming out at you at the screen. You'll see parts going back into the screen. It's just really cool. So yeah, you could totally just render this out for yourself, or you could render this out and throw it up on a TV. Now, if you were delivering to a client, like for theatrical release, you are going to be delivering a left and a right separately. So this is also just really good for double checking that, making sure that things are lining up the way that you wanted them to. And yeah, it's also just cool to get a glimpse of your work in 3D space. Now, let's go ahead and look at something we would typically use. Now, I'm gonna change this. All right, so this is a V3 on both of these. So, and this is shot 23 is what I'm calling it. Now, this is a stereotypical, stereotypical stereoscopic tracking sheet. And we have a left side and a right side. I like doing a separation with a black line just in a column just to help just visually separate the two. Or else it can be a lot of the same color happening over and over again, especially if like this, I've only done one shot. So the Cinema 4D statuses, they're both the same on the left and the right. It's just incomplete, work in progress, farm ready. For if you're using a farm, this is a great way to let someone on the team know that this is farm ready. When if, like, say you don't have, not everyone on the team may have access to the farm. So this is a great way to let another team member know, hey, I prepped this one's ready to go to farm, and then they'd send it to farm and then change it to rendering. Or if you're rendering local, you just change it to rendering and be rendering. Then complete means it's done rendering. Similar for After Effects, except no farm, it's just incomplete, work in progress, rendering complete. And then for the edit, this is for you to signify, signal the lead or whoever is in charge of organizing everything into the edit. And this means like, hey, this isn't ready, this is ready. And then once you would mark, hey, this is ready for edit, the person who is bringing everything into the edit will be like, oh, okay. Oh, and it's version 3. Cool. This column is just a great way for whoever is organizing the edit to be able to double check without having to go through every render in a folder to see, okay, yes, I do have the latest version of everything, because you want to make sure you have the latest version of everything. And then they would change it to in edit. Yes, and then this is where you would assign it to an artist. And this open checkbox is just really nice for when you're working with a large team. That way they know that, hey, you're working on this file right now, so they shouldn't mess with it, because you end up trading files a lot. That's just how it is. And that's fine. We like to share. So yeah, that's a stereotypical stereoscopic tracking sheet. And I believe that's it. Thanks so much, everybody. All right, everybody, that's it. Thank you, Maxon, so much for having me. Thank you to Perception for giving me such cool projects to work on. Thank you to all the team members that I worked with on this. You are all amazing, and I learned so much from you. And lastly, a huge thank you to Pixar for letting me share the work we did for them today. I am so thankful, and I cannot wait to share with all of you what I get to work on next. All right, bye.
All right, welcome back to the show, everyone. I am here with the one, the only Sarah Gibson. Sarah, welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, so the chat has been pretty quiet, but this is your chance, chat. If you have questions, now is the time for you to be able to ask away. So, yeah, just go ahead and jump in the chat and just put an @Mathias, and you should have my name, and you can ask a question, and my assistants on the team will toss it into my queue. But first off, I'll get started with some of the background questions that I was wondering, and that is general workflow. So when working on something like this, because I mean, this type of production seems, you know, well, it's, you know, Pixar. Yeah, it's, you know, the whole, yeah. It's such a big, it's, you know, big leap from just like, oh, you know, I just gotta do some little graphics. It's like, no, this is part of a lineage of work. And you did this with the Perception team, right?
Yes.
So what was that like? What was that experience, I guess, jumping in? Is this your first time working on like this level of, you know, kind of entertainment production versus any other like general commercial?
Yeah. I went from working on the end titles for Moon Knight to this. And actually I was told what I was working on with a GIF.
Oh, really?
So,
that's how they pitched it?
Well,
Like, you got to do a GIF?
Yeah, they sent me a GIF of like, this is what you're working on. And I'm sure then he deleted it because the security is very, very high in productions like this. There's code names. We don't really discuss anything open. Like, I couldn't tell anyone.
Ooh,
I told the dog because he's not a person.
Now that it's out, can you talk about code names now that it's out?
Ooh,
you don't even know if you can.
I don't know, and I don't want to get in trouble.
No, then the answer is no.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with no.
Oh, man.
But I mean, the code names are very general. Like, you would have no idea what it is.
Yeah,
and
like
they're super random. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the tablecloth. Yeah, that's what it is. Tablecloth. Tablecloth project. Definitely. So actually, EJ's coming in with a question, and that's some workflow tips you've learned when working with a big team.
Communication is extremely important. That's part of the reason I showed that sheet. That sheet was first implemented on Lightyear, that use, because our shot names were very, very general, so we could put the shot names in there, and you would have no idea what it's for. And yeah, so that way it was just very easy for us to communicate the status on every shot because it was a group of artists doing it. It was mainly Steve, myself, and Isaac. And at least while I was there, because I came on mid-project, I would say, because freelance, you kind of bounce around from project to project when you're booked with a big studio like that.
Right.
So, yeah, so communication.
So what were some of the tools? Were you using like Slack, email, like what's the, you know, we're using a project management system. What are all the things that help facilitate communication?
We used Slack, we used a sheet like that, and we also had lots of Zoom meetings. Like that was the main thing. No project management software now.
All right. Let's see here. Somebody was asking me, when does the after party start? What are you talking about? There is no after. There's just one continual party. It's called the 3D Motion Design Show. You are here. There's nowhere else to be. What are you talking about? After party. This is it. This is it. This is where the nerds are.
Since I'm in LA right now, so all the fans are asking. So
okay.
That's why the background's different, everybody. I'm in LA right now. So
just got to LA. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, and I'm in Iowa, so there we go. So that's why the after party is here. But no, we'll definitely look to do a party in LA sometime and invite everybody out, or any other events too. Just come see us. We'll hang out. It doesn't have to be an event either. We can just, nerd out. It's okay.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Thanks for the great work. Does Pixar have an internship program? Well, that's interesting.
I bet they do, maybe, but that is not a question for me.
That's out of your reach, right?
That is out of my reach. I don't have. Yeah, they were working through Perception. I don't have direct contacts to Pixar. Yeah. I am not your end to Pixar.
Darn it. Hi, Sarah. Can you hire me at Pixar, please? No, can't do that.
I have no control over that.
Can you introduce me to all of Pixar, please? A question on that. So you started with Moon Knight. So is that your first gig with Perception?
First gig that is out, I'd say. Okay. I did some work on some other things. No idea if it's going to be in it. No idea when it's coming out. So.
If or when, but okay. So you started working with them, and so the things that are out though are Moon Knight and Lightyear.
Yeah, and Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh wow. Okay, all three of those. Oh, really nice. You just been on the Marvel Pixar circuit.
Yeah, they just kept putting me on really cool things, cool thing after another.
Oh, and awesome.
Yeah, like when they told me about Lightyear, I don't think I believed it. It wasn't really until I still didn't believe it until like someone was like, I saw your name in the credits, and then when I went and saw it, I'm like, okay, it's real. Like because it's really hard to believe that when you're sitting at home working by yourself. Well, I mean, by yourself physically, but virtually with other people. And it's hard to believe, like, really? This is really gonna, I don't know.
Was it something that you've always wanted? Like, I mean, Toy Story seems to be like the property for so many people that inspired them to get into animation, to get into, anything visual.
It was not even something I considered a possibility, if that makes sense. Like, yes, I wish I could say yes, I always wanted that, but that had never been a goal because I never even thought it was a thing that could happen. Because typically Pixar does all their end credits in-house. So this is the first one they didn't do it in-house.
So just by happenstance, like, oh, I never had this dream, but now I do have that dream, but I've already lived it. Damn it. I should have been more excited to achieve that one day.
I was just in shock for months. Like, I just couldn't comprehend what was happening.
Now you can tell your parents and friends what you do, and they're like, "Wait, you made Buzz Lightyear?" Yes.
Yeah. All of it. Like, I went and saw Thor: Love and Thunder with my dad, and he was like, "It's really cool to watch a movie and see your name in the credits." I'm like, "Yeah, it is pretty cool."
The only way people can understand what you do. Oh, you work in movies, and now forever they're gonna be like, "Oh, can you introduce me to Thor? Chris Hemsworth, you know him, right?"
Yeah. No, I did have a friend ask me, like, tell me you got to meet Chris Hemsworth. I'm like, that's not how it works.
you really.
I'm not on set. They don't have us on set for that. What? Like, that's not how it works.
That's not how you update interface and titles. You have to see Thor. How could you do it accurately? All right, let's see. Let's see what else we got here. Questions coming in. Oh, EJ, let's see here, coming in asking, what's your favorite deformer that starts with the letter J?
Oh, the Jiggle deformer. EJ's a big fan of the Jiggle deformer.
Yeah. Yeah, my deformers don't jiggle. They fold or bend, I guess. Whatever. There it is.
Oh, yeah, that's a TikTok trend.
Keep going. All right. Let's see. Winbush says, no questions. The crew is proud of you. Oh, look at that. Go ahead, Winbush. Just with the feel goods. So, yeah, you've been doing awesome. I remember years back when we first started working together. And now look at you making Pixar, Thor, Marvels.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just, and I think people get upset when I use that word. I mean, like, it's crazy, just like unexpected, because I never expected this to happen.
Yeah.
And I'm extremely thankful and happy. And Perception is awesome to work with. Love working with them.
Oh yeah, they're great.
And it appears the feeling is mutual, so that's good.
Nice. Yeah. Well, somebody was wondering, did they see your names in the Miss Marvel credits?
Yes.
Oh,
yes. My name is there. I don't really talk about that one because I was really on the job for like a day, so I don't feel like I did enough to be
just
there.
one day.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I was still billable, but you know, I was there and then I had to go back onto Lightyear because Lightyear needed some more work. So I was bouncing back and forth. But yeah, so I am in the credits for that. You will see my name, but the real props goes to the rest of the team because they knocked it out of the park. Super cool concept. I was bummed I couldn't do more on it, but also I was working on end credits for Pixar. So really, I mean, like, I can't be upset about it, but.
You're all right. And you know, it'll make up for the next, you know, for any work that you've ever done and not gotten credit for. You just got to take it when you get it, you know, because you know there's time.
I'm not complaining about getting the credit for the day of work. I just feel like the rest of the team is who really, like, if they could have like moved my name like down below everybody's and like made it smaller, I would have been fine with it. Because, or even if they didn't include it, I'd be fine.
Like, it just works with the layout better. I'm just like, oh, it just works in the layout. I'm just gonna make it huge.
Yeah, I was like, I did some file prep because I was gonna work on stuff, and then something else happened, and then I had to go over there. So yeah.
There we go. Let's see here. Somebody's wondering, how many shots did you work on?
Oh, in Lightyear, I jumped around. We all jumped around from shot to shot. There were like, there's one shot in particular that I'm very proud of the lighting I did. And that's not in the clip I showed, but there is this vent shot that's backlit with some red behind it. That's the one I spent a good chunk of time on. I also went through shot to shot and I did a lot of UVing and stuff. I did a lot of texturing on models and things like that too. So we were all jumping around from shot to shot. It was a team effort for sure.
Nice. Do you know how many shots were total?
I want to say like 20, I think between 20 and 30. It's been a while.
Nice.
It's been a while. It was a longer list, but yeah.
And another person was wondering, does Pixar use C4D? And I think Pixar does a lot of their own proprietary stuff, but one of the things that they do that, you know, Sarah in this situation working with other teams, especially when they're farming out, and Sarah does use cinema, and that's why she showed what she was showing, and it did end up in Pixar. So
yes, we use Cinema 4D and we use Redshift on the Lightyear credits. Pixar has their own software that they use, so they did not use Cinema 4D for the main part of the film.
Yeah. But doesn't mean those artists don't use something else at home. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? I have no idea.
Let's see. And EJ, I believe this is a question for me, and that's, in what formation do we organize the wagons? Soon, EJ, we will circle them. We will circle the wagons. Back out here in the Midwest. Yeah, I got to call you and talk about some of the wagon circling. So let's see here. Another question. What does EJ stand for? Extra jiggle? Yes, obviously.
Yes.
Obviously. So other question for you is there, now that you have these accomplishments under your belt, is there something that you're really excited about, or projects that you would want to, or properties that you would love to work on?
And I'm just excited for every new project that I get to work on. Like Perception is still giving me cool stuff to work on, which is fun. And yeah, and I'm hoping like maybe I'll work on something that's in a film, not just not just in credits, but I just think it would be cool
to do something in camera. Like you want something that's in the shot,
like in the shot, film. Like yeah, in a shot, or in like in a show or something, not just the end credits. Although I do love doing end credits. I'm not poo-pooing on end credits. Just want to be clear. I love
just more. Yeah.
I'm just thinking of like what else, like, I like doing new and different things. So like that would be a different and a new thing.
Yeah, for sure. So in that same vein of questioning, and as far as new things, are there any new parts of the cinema or anything in the Maxon family that you're looking to dive deeper into, or anything overall in your creative pipeline that you're working on developing with yourself and your own skills?
I am a collector of software, it seems. I want to use ZBrush more. Like, this is actually, well, since I've been booked with Perception basically the first half of this entire year, that I was just living in Cinema 4D and After Effects the whole time. So I hadn't gotten to touch ZBrush until I was working on this presentation. So, and I was like, man, this is fun. I want to do more of this again. It had been a while. Because, yeah, I hadn't been doing any personal work because there was a lot going on.
Yeah, no, I could imagine. It seems like movies might take a little bit of work. Might be a little bit.
They take a lot of work.
Yeah, and you have a team depending on you. You know, so it's not like, oh, I got a ton of time to just work on all this learning. It's more like learn as you go because you have to keep going.
Yeah, and then I also prioritize like getting up at 5 a.m. and going to the gym before I work. So
nice.
Yeah, so then I'm not staying up late working on personal projects. If I do that, I can't get up at 5. I try to get at least 6 hours of sleep. That's my goal.
Yeah, no, that's I would say that's a minimum.
Minimum.
Not a doctor.
I can operate on 5, but yeah.
Why?
But I don't
but why live that way?
Like, I don't want to do that unless I have to. Yeah.
Someone's saying they still think they need a support group for software tutorial hoarding. It's like, I don't know if you have a support group. I think it's...
Yeah, like I've bought a Houdini class that I still haven't started yet because I've been so busy, but I want to learn that. I know a little bit of Marvelous. I want to use more of that. I want to do some like cell animation. I bought Ben Marriott's course for that and still haven't started that. So hopefully I'll have some time, but also I like working because as a freelancer, that's how I make money.
Yeah,
so
working on a lot of different skills.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Now, is there anything for any of the artists tuning in that maybe haven't made it to your level that you would say has been really helpful for you as you look back on your career and just like making it to this point? Like, what were some of the key things that you're like, oh, I didn't even know that was a milestone, but that was, this was me leveling up my career. What would you say are some of those and what got you to move yourself forward?
Yeah, I would say probably the one thing that like made me get exponentially better was like doing what people did for a while. And I haven't done this for a while, but like trying to make something every day that like just gets you more familiar with the software and you'll learn something new. And if you're watching a tutorial, don't just remake what they made in the tutorial. Think about how you can apply what you're learning from that tutorial into something new, because that really shows people that you have a creative mind and can think outside the box, basically, and just like learn these new techniques and use them in different ways.
That's a great piece of advice. I cannot emphasize that enough, because one of the things is use different plugins and things like that. And one of the plugins is for vine growth, and like, okay, it creates a bunch of splines, and you can use the tracer object, but it's like using that for lightning at the same time. It's like, oh, this is another way to create lightning. I've always looked at like, okay, how else can you use the tools? It's a great way to really think about it. So what's next for you? What's next for Sarah?
Well, right now I'm on vacation. It's a slight working vacation, but just like hanging out with LA people right now and making some cool stuff while I'm here in my awesome little apartment that I'm renting for a week. And yeah, just having a good time. And then I'll go back home and really dive back into some hard work, but lighter work right now. Taking some well-deserved time off.
Yeah, no, we all need it every so often. Keep that mental health going, just like you need to refresh your RAM every so often.
Absolutely, yeah. Burnout is real. That's why I was very strict about. I didn't do personal projects when I was just fully booked. It's just like, no, I'm going to do this, and then I need time away from my computer, and then I go to the gym in the morning, and it's just, you need to have me time.
Yeah, I can not emphasize enough that that's actually part of the overall well-being as an artist, is being able to protect your ability to be creative. And you only have so much energy to give, and if you get frustrated by being in the tools or anything too much, and then it becomes irritating, now it hurts your ability to feel good when you open it up and you're like, okay, I'm ready to go and create, versus you've been sludging away till you have zero energy, and now it feels frustrating just because you're in a bad space. I'm like, nope, I got to protect my creativity. I can't take bad clients. I can't, work too long on these things, because then the next time I open it up is going to be frustration instead of joy. And right now it's joy, so that's what I have to make sure. It's like, oh, I'm happy to do that client work. I'm happy to put in more hours because it feels good. All right. And Winbush is really pushing gym time with the bicep and the donut. Nice. Oh, love you too, Fried Pixels. Yeah, you guys are the best. Well, Sarah, it's always great having you. We will definitely love to have you on future shows. Keep up the amazing work. I've seen Love and Thunder, really enjoyed it, so great job there. And I'll definitely go see Lightyear once I get some downtime here. But that's not going to be for
if you have the opportunity to see it in 3D, you should.
Yeah.
It's like Pixar does 3D in a whole different way, and it was cool. And also, the credits are in 3D, and we worked really hard on making them beautiful. 3D.
It's really helpful hearing it from one of my artists, because it's like 3D. When do I need to see something in 3D? So I will now make the effort to do so.
I made sure to go and see it in 3D. I'm like, I worked really hard on those end credits for getting them ready for Stereoscopic. I want to see them in Stereoscopic.
And you were happy with the whole thing in stereo?
Oh yeah, it was beautiful.
Okay.
It was just beautiful.
Sold. There you go. There it is. Oh, it's coming to Disney Plus pretty soon. All right. Well, I need to get to it in the theater, Winbush. I can't just watch it on my home screen.
I don't know if you could do it in Stereoscopic at home.
Nah, I don't want
3D TV, but I don't know if they offer that through Disney Plus.
Yeah,
maybe
I don't
they
want
should.
it.
Maybe it's an idea. I don't know.
Next thing, the upgrade. There you go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Pay another $5 and you can watch the 3D movies. I should have given
It's probably now. Why did you do that? Now we have another subscription. Look what you've done. Look what you've done. All the subscriptions.
I'm sorry.
All the subscriptions. Well, thanks again for hanging out with us. We will definitely be in touch at the next one. Sorry I missed you. I don't know if you'll still be in town when I return.
I'll be in town for a while. I just got in yesterday. I'm going to be here until next week. So.
Okay. Yeah. Then maybe we can do a little nerd soiree and invite some of our more other friends out there in the LA area. So you heard it here first, folks. We're going to try and do a nerd soiree sometime next week. So we'll figure it out.
Absolutely.
So, until then, we're going to take a quick break for our sponsors, and we will be right back after this with our next presenter, Tatiana. So stay tuned.
All right.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Let's start at the beginning. I'm Caitlin. I'm really excited that you're joining me for Brush Up. Pretty awesome. Big fan of this. Let's crank this brush up bigger. Add life to those illustrations. What do I have going on here? This little guy right here. Maybe I should make him pink instead. Now that I like. It's pretty cute. Now this is a fun one. You can play around with drawings that you might already have. Does this look good? Does this look right? With my reference screen, I can see the whole thing. Ooh, ooh, woo! Little isometric view. A little bit of grass here. I am a rat enthusiast. Procreate, illustration, and animation. Simple as that, and it's all perfect. This is going to be a great resource for you. You'll be inspired and equipped to tackle your own creative projects right away. Grab your iPad and your Apple Pencil and let's brush up. Boom. Roll credits.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Let's start at the beginning. I'm Caitlin. I'm really excited that you're joining me for Brush Up. Pretty awesome. Big fan of this. Let's crank this brush up bigger. Add life to those illustrations. What do I have going on here? This little guy right here. Maybe I should make him pink instead. Now that I like. It's pretty cute. Now this is a fun one. You can play around with drawings that you might already have. Does this look good? Does this look right? With my reference screen, I can see the whole thing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Little isometric view. A little bit of grass here. I am a rat enthusiast. Procreate, illustration, and animation. Simple as that, and it's all perfect. This is going to be a great resource for you. You'll be inspired and equipped to tackle your own creative projects right away. Grab your iPad and your Apple Pencil and let's brush up. Boom. Roll credits.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Hey everyone, this is Brandon Clements inviting you to check out my new Unreal Engine real-time ray tracing course on mograph.com. We are going to dive deep into the world of real-time ray tracing. We're going to learn about blueprints, lighting, RTX optimization, sequencer, GPU light mask, and so much more. The stories that are going to be told are only going to be limited by your imagination. So go to mograph.com/classes for more information, and I'll see you there.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I am Mathias Otomola, aka Major VFX on all the socials, streaming here out of Des Moines, Iowa for a change, just on the road here, showcasing the 3D motion show and presentations from our amazing artists and community of creatives from around the world. So next up, we have Tatiana.
Hi everyone, my name is Tatiana Shchekina. Since my last name is completely unpronounceable, I go by Tatiana. I'm a motion designer and art director based in Los Angeles, California. Over the past 15 years, I had a chance to work as a motion designer in television, advertising agencies, and in-house at big companies like Microsoft, Amazon, and AT&T. I'm currently working at Slack, and here is my showreel. I'm very excited to be here, and I want to thank Maxon for inviting me to present here for the second time. Last time I made a presentation about my journey from 2D to 3D. I also was talking about opening Cinema 4D for the very first time. I was still at college studying architecture and interior design back then. Eventually, I moved away from architecture to the world of motion design, and I never looked back. I really love that on my day-to-day work I get to both design and animate, work with different styles and learning tools. Today in my presentation I want to focus more specifically on Stylized 3D. I'm very passionate about it and I love using Cinema 4D and Redshift to create Stylized 3D animation. They have pretty much all the necessary tools to create any kind of style and they are very intuitive. So even if you are new to 3D, you can figure out things pretty quickly. My presentation today is for designers and animators who are starting out with Cinema 4D and very interested in creating Stylized 3D. I will cover things like simple techniques to create a 3D emoji, Stylized 3D looping animation. When you work with Stylized 3D, you can create a bunch of different styles and looks and also design something that didn't exist before. It also unfortunately means that you have to model a bunch of stuff from scratch. Thankfully, Cinema 4D has a bunch of useful tools that lets you model easily and fast. You can use box modeling techniques or sometimes just primitives and deformers. Volume Builder is also an amazing tool for fast modeling. Additionally, Cinema 4D has a bunch of useful tools for simple rigging, where you don't even have to create bones or do weight painting. I will go over some of these techniques in this presentation. So let's dive right into it and see how we can easily create 3D emoji with Cinema 4D and Redshift. I'm currently working at Slack as a senior motion designer. I get to work with a lot of Stylized 3D there, and I love it. I created this party emoji animation for one of the Slack videos. I would love to share with you how I approached this animation and how I created a rig for it. So let's dive right into it. Let's open a new project by going to File, New Project, or using shortcut Ctrl-N. So in order to create a very good emoji, we need a reference image to follow along with. Let's press the square here to see all our other views. We have top, right, and front. And let's go to the front view, View, Configure, and in the back here, we can insert our image. So let's adjust the size of it. It's way too big now. And let's adjust transparency because it's way too saturated right now. So here we go. We have this image to follow along with. Next step, I modeled the head of the emoji and the party head. The head is basically a sphere, a little bit modified to make it more flat here. And a party hat is a cone. So it's pretty easy to create. Now let's go to the fun part and create eyes, eyebrows, and the mouth. Let's go to and grab a spline pen over here. And let's roughly draw a shape of the eyebrow here. Like so. Let's name them properly. Right now, all our splines are located in the middle of our composition, and we need the splines to follow a shape of the head of the emoji. I'm gonna use a project tool to project those splines on the face. Let's grab all our splines and then press Shift-C and search for Project. We're going to use XY plane mode in the project and then hit Apply. It's that easy. And now you see that all our points are on the surface of the sphere. Next, we're going to grab a capsule primitive from the Primitives tab. Now it's way too big, let's adjust the size of it. And it's also not facing the right way. I think it's roughly a length of our eyebrow. And let's increase the amount of segments, height segments. Now we're going to go to a Deformers tab and grab a Spline Wrap tool. This tool is going to be a child of our capsule, and we're going to drop eyebrow spline into spline in the properties. Now our eyebrow has a volume to it. We can also adjust the shape of it better in the size tab of a spline wrap, so it's more looking like an eyebrow. Yay, that looks good. Now let's repeat all the steps for an eye and the mouth. I can just copy a capsule and change the spline in the spline wrap. Okay, great. Now we have eyebrows, eyes, and the mouth. Now let's clean up, name everything properly, and group objects and create a second eyebrow and an eye. Now let's group everything that's related to eye and eyebrows. Let's press Alt-G to group it. Let's call it eyes. Now let's add a subdivision surface, because it needs to be subdivided a little bit. And then let's grab a symmetry object. So now we have a second eye and a second eyebrow. And now let's group mouth stuff too. We also need to subdivide it as well. Awesome, now we're ready to move on to the rigging phase of our project. As you can see, this emoji is just making two simple moves. So we can animate between these two poses using PoseMorph tag. PoseMorph is a rigging tag that we can apply to our spline. Let's right click on eyebrow spline, go to rigging tags, and select PoseMorph. Here we should put the check marks on each property that we want PoseMorph tag to store. In this case, it will be position, points, hierarchy, and rotation. Then we go to the tag, and here we make sure that we are in edit mode. And now we're gonna adjust our spline to the pose that we need. So let's make sure that we are in the point mode over here. Let's shy this capsule so it's easier to manipulate with points. Let's make sure it's not too far from the head. Like so. Okay, let's check. Yeah, that looks about right. And now, in a PoseMorph tag, we can go to animate mode and animate the strength to switch between the two poses that we have. So in this case, I would animate from 100 to 0. You can also grab this strength tag and put it on your screen. And this way you can just like manipulate with your slider on the screen, and it might be more convenient versus going and looking for all these properties to animate. So it's kind of like similar to sliders in Joysticks and Sliders plugin in After Effects. Now repeat all the same steps for eyes and the mouth. I'm not gonna do it just for the sake of time. Instead, I'm going to move on to rigging a party horn for this emoji. So here I have a holder for the party horn already created. It's nothing too crazy, it's just like capsule and a cylinder. And now I want to show you how I created this part of the party horn and how I animated it. Let's go to Primitives tab and grab a cube. Let's adjust its size. And let's add a lot of segments on the X. Now we're gonna go to Deformers tab and grab a spline wrap. Let's make it the child of the cube. Oh, I forgot, on the cube I also want to add some roundings on the edges. And here in the spline wrap, instead of the normal spline, I'm gonna use a tool called MoSpline. It's located in the cloner tab. Let's grab it, and now it's facing the wrong way, so we're gonna change that. And let's place it under spline in the spline wrap. So now it's like way too long, so let's adjust the length. And now we can just like manipulate with the band to create the shape that we need, and it should be like fairly bended. And here in the spline settings, we can manipulate with it to create the shape that we need. If you press Control, you can create additional points, and you should also change the type to soft to get the sandals. Then you can now manipulate with as well. It's kind of flat in the beginning and then very curved. Let's add more band. Like so. And now also let's adjust the size of the spline wrap, because it's kind of going like more thin over here. Okay, that looks not bad. Let's also add a subdivision surface and subdivide our cube a little bit. So now basically all you need to do to animate it is just animate this bend property. So let's start with this pose. Then it goes very flat, maybe even minus. Then it stays in this position for a little bit. And then it comes back. You can kind of play around with animation. I can do it very long time, but it's just like for the sake of demonstration of what's possible. And also, since we used a MoSpline, which is technically from the cloner family, we can also use a cloner effectors on it, which will give us like a pretty sweet overshoot. So if you go to MoGraph, Effector, and grab a delay, make sure it's applied to our spline in under Effectors. And here, let's choose Spring, because it's very playful animation, so Spring fits. And let's see what's happening. Yay, we got like a little bounce, which looks pretty sweet. Awesome. So party horn is animated and ready to go. Let's look at the light and camera setup of our scene. So here I have all the textures and materials already applied to my emoji, but it still doesn't look right. It's not flattened enough and it looks kind of off, not like an actual emoji image. We can easily fix it with a camera focal length. So let's go grab a camera, make it active, and let's place it in the center of our composition. doesn't look right. This is because we need to go to Object, Focal Length, and change it to Tele. Here we go. Now it's like closer to what we have. In general, with Stylized 3D, Tele and Super Tele lenses work better. They give it the right flattened look. I'm gonna stick with Tele for this one. Now let's go to our Redshift setup so we can see what's happening in our scene. And next, I'm going to go to Redshift, Lights, and grab a dome light. I want the scene to look like it was light in a studio. That's why I'm going to grab one of the studio HDRIs from Grayscale Gorilla. So let's see what changed. Awesome. You can also press R and rotate a dome light. This way you can control where shadows go, where they're located. After that, I go to Redshift, Lights, and grab an area light. It's gonna be a key light over scene. So I also like to do add target and a null. And this way my light will be following the null in the scene. So I'm just gonna place this null in the center of our emoji. And now it's easier to manipulate with this light. I'm also gonna make it smaller, now it's like way too harsh. And I'm just gonna place it where I want my shadows to be. In general, it's a good practice to combine, to make shadows from key light in the same spot where your dome light shadows are. Like so. Yeah, that looks right. And another light source you can add to the scene, I call it rim light. So I can just copy this one and call it rim. It's gonna give us this like nice rim on this side. So let's place it behind our emoji. Nice, so here it is. Just a tiny bit of rim. Let's make it more narrow. And let's probably turn it down the exposure tiny bit. Nice. So I can tweak it for hours and hours, but this is my general approach to lighting this stylized 3D scene, is like having a good HDRI and a dome light, have a key light in the scene, and the rim light. Now we've learned how to create a simple 3D emoji, and you see how easy it is to do with Cinema 4D and Redshift. Next we are going to talk about stylized 3D looping animation. In this animation I wanted to recreate my experience walking to school in winter as a kid. Where I grew up, it was always very cold in the winter. It was also always so dark because it's an early morning, you need to make it to school by 8 a.m. And you walking through a tunnel of snow, and you can barely move because there's so much clothes on you. All the buildings look the same. I wanted to recreate this experience in this animation. I modeled this character with box modeling technique. It's a technique where a primitive shape such as cube or sphere is used to make the basic shape of the final model. All limbs of my model are separated because I used a bendy limbs rig tool to rig this character later on. As you can see, legs are not even attached to anything. After I modeled my character, I rigged it with bendy limbs rig from iDesign.com. This plugin allowed me to finally start animating characters in 3D because it's so easy to use. After my character was rigged, I animated the walk cycle. Whenever I need to animate a character, I use Animator's Survival Kit. It's an amazing book that works really well as a guide for any kind of character animation. So I basically was animating pose to pose. Now I would love to talk more about rigging the straps of the school bag. So straps of this bag should be attached to the bag, but also stay around the shoulder. So when the bag moves, it's kind of stretchy over here, but it's stays on the shoulders and follow the walk cycle with the body. So it was kind of a challenge to create those straps, but eventually I found the way that worked perfectly for this project, and I'm gonna show it to you. Let's start with shine the head, so it's not on the way, and then let's grab a null. Then let's go to shape and change it to any kind of shape. I will do a circle. Make it smaller, change orientation, and let's place it where a strap will start. So it's approximately over here. Now I'm going to copy this null and basically place all of them around the shoulder and where our straps is going. So the second one, like so. Okay, here's good. Make sure it's not hidden behind the body. So in this particular case, around 8-9 nulls worked perfectly fine. So the last one should be attached to the bag as well. Now let's grab a tracer object from the cloner tab, and we're gonna place all our nulls in a trace link. Let's right click and start pick session. And let's place them properly. One after another. Okay, great. Now let's go to this tab and grab a sweep object. We're gonna use a tracer in a sweep as a spline, and we're going to wrap up a rectangle around it. Let's add some rounding as well. And it's not working because I didn't press connect all objects in a tracer object. Okay, so now we got something. That still needs a lot of adjustment though. So let's change the type of spline to B-spline and intermediate points to uniform, because it will give us a better geometry, more even geometry. And let's adjust the size of the rectangle. So now we just need to move around our nulls to make sure they're in the right place. And this way our strap will follow the shoulder. I'm not too worried about this part because nobody will actually see it. We only see our character from behind. So it just need to be semi-attached to the bag. Like so. Just moving the nulls. Let's make sure that it's like following the body of the character properly. Okay, now our strap is following a shoulder and it's attached to the bag. Maybe a little more adjustment. Let's subdivide our strap. Let's grab a subdivision surface and place sweep underneath it. And let's also grab a symmetry object. And now we have a second strap over here. Now, in order for it to be attached to the bag properly and be stretchy in this part, we need to place two last and two first nulls under the bag null. I'll G to group them. So now when you move the bag, it's stretching out and it stays on the shoulders. Let's place the rest of the nulls under the body. So now we can move it separately or stretch them with moves of the bag. Awesome, now our straps of the bag are rigged and ready for the animation. Next, I want to show you how I modeled a bank of snow in this scene, because it's a very easy and cool technique. We're gonna start by grabbing a cube from our primitive stub. Let's adjust its size. And we will need a lot of segments. About 60. Now let's go to deformer stub and grab FFD deformer. Let's make it a child of the cube. Press fit to parent. Now let's adjust the grid points. Let's go to the point mode, and now we basically can just pull out all these points and shape the snow that we want. I really like this technique because it's like so easy and it gives this very smooth look, and that was exactly the look I was going for in the scene and animation. It's very stylized. Now let's look at how I made a loop for background elements in this scene. As I mentioned before, first I created a looping walk cycle for the character. And I also needed a background to move alongside with the character, so it will look like she's going somewhere. I started thinking on how to loop it. Let's get off camera here. So as you can see, all my background elements are wrapped around a giant cylinder, which is incredibly inefficient because I have all these unnecessary polygons I wouldn't have otherwise. But hey, it really worked for this animation, and it gives us an impression that my character almost going up the hill versus the flat surface, and it's more interesting visually. Let me show you how I achieved that. Here I have a couple of buildings. They're all supposed to look the same because I don't need that much of a variety of background elements. The whole point of this video is that the buildings in the town where I'm from all looked kind of similar. I also have a street lamp here, which gives this scene a light, and a few banks of snow. I want all of these elements to be multiplied and wrapped around the cylinder. Let's group all of them. Let's press Alt-G, and let's add a cloner to a scene. Let's make a null a child of a cloner, and let's change grid to radial. Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, the orientation is wrong, so let's change it to ZY, and let's make radius bigger. Let's unshy our Earth, as we call it. And let's move cloner to its place. Okay, the radius should definitely be bigger in the cloner. And now let's make sure that axes of a cloner are aligned with the cylinder center. Let's enable snapping. I think it's enabled already. Let's snap it. Let's also grab a different null, and let's also snap its center to the center of a cylinder. Okay, it looks good. Now let's make a cloner and the Earth. Let's place them inside of a null and call it rotation. Now let's do a bit of a math to figure out how much we should rotate our null to create a loop. Full circle is 360 degrees, and we have our objects repeat 5 times around the cylinder. It's 5 times. If we divide 360 by 5, it's 72. So 72 is how much we are going to rotate the background to get a full loop. Now let's press Shift F3 to get our timeline. And let's go to View, Automatic Mode. This allows us to see all the keyframes that we have in the scene currently. It's the keyframes for the walk cycle of our character. It takes 32 frames to complete the walk cycle loop. So how fast we rotate should be able to be divided by 32. This way the background will line up with walk cycle perfectly. So let's start at frame 0. Let's go to our rotation null and press a keyframe for P rotation. So 32 4 times is 128. Let's jump to 128 keyframe and let's rotate it minus 72 degrees. Let's make a keyframe. Now let's go to curves and let's make sure that we change a keyframe interpolation to linear here, because it's a loop, and if it's and if it's linear, it will loop perfectly. Let's make the camera active. As you can see, our character is walking and background is moving accordingly. We created a looping animation. Last thing I wanted to demonstrate is how I created traces on snow for this animation. I have the character walking and I have a snow path. It's basically a part of the giant cylinder that we used to wrap all our background objects around. We're going to create traces on the snow from the character walking with the help of vertex maps and fields. A vertex is a point that exists in 3D space within your scene. Vertex maps store vertex-specific information within a model for a variety of uses. It also only works on editable geometry, so my snow is already converted, and as you can see, it's heavily subdivided as well, because we will need a lot of subdivision for what we're about to do. To start our vertex map, we need to grab a paint tool and press it anywhere on the snow object. So here on the right you see a vertex map. Let's check use fields and let's add a spherical field. It's way too big now. It's also in the center of a composition, so let's move it where we need it to be. And we actually need it to be aligned with a foot because our feet are making the traces on snow. So let's move it in a proper location. We're also going to make it a child of this foot. So the animation of the foot will drive this field. Let's duplicate it for the second foot and place it properly. Let's rotate it. It also needs to be, yeah, it's not in a vertex map yet. It also needs to be in max blending mode to leave the trace. Okay, here we go. So character walking. It doesn't leave the trail because we need to check out of date on in the freeze layer. Here we go. So it leaves trails with animation because the animation of our feet driving the spherical fields. However, we see it in color, but we don't see any changes in the geometry of the snow. This is because we need to go to Deformers tab and grab a Displacer deformer. Let's make it the child of the snow. And let's add a shader, a color shader here. So everything kind of popped. We also need to add vertex map into the fields. So something is off. I think we just need to uncheck use deform points on a vertex map. Oh, here we go. Now it's kind of like popped up and we need it to be inverted. Let's fix it. So in the height needs to be minus volume. So now we can see the traces on the snow. They do look very choppy though, and not super smooth and very long. So let's fix all these issues. So let's go to the deformers and grab a smoothing deformer. Let's place it underneath the displacer. And now it's like too smooth. Let's add a little bit of stiffness to it. Like 80 should be enough. Nice, so it's nice and smooth, but it still like trails are pretty long. We can also adjust our freeze layer settings. Maybe make it 90 or something. Let's see. Let's see if it helped. Yeah, it's a little better. I feel like our traces are still pretty deep, so maybe we should just move our spherical fields up a little bit. Like so. Okay, let's see. Now it looks pretty good. The character is walking and leaving some traces on the snow. Awesome! We recreated this stylized 3D looping animation. I hope after this presentation you see how easy it is to start creating stylized 3D animation with Cinema 4D and Redshift. Thanks so much for joining. Please let me know if you have any questions. You can contact me through my website or on Instagram or Twitter. I'm ts_motion. Thanks again.
All right, we are back with Tatiana. Tatiana, great job on this one.
Thank you so much. Hi,
Good to have you
Mathias.
back.
Yeah, thank you for
Was it
inviting
last
me.
year?
Second time.
Yeah, was it just last year we had you?
Like 2 years ago or something. I
Okay.
was still in New York, I think.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, you were. I'm trying to think of what was your presentation then. Oh yes, I remember because it was the headbanging on the yeah.
Yeah, it was like 2D to 3D, my journey. So kind of like break down a few scenes of combination of like 2D and 3D.
Yeah, no, I really loved that. Yeah, I remember just seeing just how you used, just creating your textures and the different things that you do for your textures, as well as the character animation. It was just so lively, like the animation. It was just a lot. I feel the thing that you do that I really like is there is simple movement that still depicts emotion within your scenes. Like I'm able to get a lot of emotion out of the simple movement, and I'm like, I haven't animated anything like that in quite some time, at least in 3D with characters that I think really emotes the way that you do. Like just even walking in the snow, I'm like, I grew up in Chicago, which would have some pretty brutal winters too. And seeing that, it was just like, oh, I remember the trek, and it seemed like very basic, but it just like has a feel to your storytelling. So I just wanted to compliment you on that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's like I love like adding little details, you know, like to my animation that like makes the difference, I think.
Speaking of those details, is there a secret sauce when you're putting together things that you're like, oh, I want to make sure to include blank? Fill in the blank. Is there anything that you always trying, or a checklist that you try and go through when you're creating animation?
I think the biggest thing is to have like a really good idea that like would be interesting for people to see, and then it's kind of like good design, like to make sure that everything is designed correctly, composition is great, and then you're adding animation with all the classic animation principles, right? Like anticipation, follow through, and all those things. And then you kind of like adding little details, and like that makes it like really good.
So are there any tools that you use that help you along the way? Like any references? You know, one of the things Sarah mentioned was like Eagle that she uses for, you know, collecting a number of shots and things like that. Are you using anything like just for your color combinations? Because I saw that like your really cool color palette and stuff like that. What are some of the things that you use in addition to cinema in your when you're creating?
Yeah, I love using Pinterest like everybody else probably, and then just like collecting a bunch of boards with like things that I like, and then I'm kind of like collecting them for each project. So like some reference can be for color, some of them can be for shape or like for character design and stuff like that, and then it's kind of like inspires the whole scene. And yeah, and it's like colors sometimes I can go just like start doing them from scratch, or I can see some kind of like cool art that I saw and it has like these colors, and I just like want to replicate that in my scene and maybe add something else to it.
Very cool. I have a question coming here by Frames by KG, and that's for this animation style, is it possible to stick with deformers, or there are times you have to use joints and rigging?
Yeah, it really depends on the model, right? And it's like if it's like something simple like this character, which has no face, basically we just see it from the behind, and it's like it works like with deformers, and it kind of works for simple things, right? But if you go more complex and you want to achieve like better, like different results, right? Like, or you do more realistic stuff, then of course you need to like use joints and stuff like that. So it's like previous presenters were talking about it. So it's like, if you want to dive deeper, you just need to learn from them.
Yeah, just go with the full joints and everything.
Yeah.
John Corbett had a question, and that was more on the business side. Do you have an agent, or how do you track down jobs? So what are you doing for finding jobs? Do you have an agent? Do you working with agency? How's it work out for you?
So I basically almost always full time. So I'm like, I don't use any agents, or I haven't been doing freelance for a long time. So like I used to do it in the past, but now I'm just like, I'm at Slack currently, so it's like a full-time job. So I have no time, unfortunately, for side projects, just like for personal projects.
And that's right, you're at Slack where everybody's using your product.
Yeah.
So many artists are familiar with it. So what are some of the things that they have you designing over there?
I work on all things for brand and marketing there, so it's super cool and fun because Slack has such a wonderful brand and the product is very beautiful itself. So, and I really love a color palette, so it's like always a pleasure, to create based on that.
Yeah. No, palette does matter. It's like, oh, I'm working with super bright colors. It definitely gives you a lot to work with. Yeah. So and I asked this to Sarah, and I love to hear this from, different artists along their path in their career. Were there any milestones where you started to feel like you're really being successful? Like, oh, is it getting a job at Slack? Or when did you really feel like, okay, you know what, I'm really in the industry now? Because so many people feel like imposters. That's one of the things is we all get imposter syndrome, or what I like to call artist syndrome. It's just like, it's never good enough. I'm not really accomplished enough. But what are some of those milestones where it started to build your confidence more?
I definitely don't feel accomplished enough.
No, still no?
It's always like, I don't think I will ever be able to feel that. But I think when actually Maxon featured my avatar animation on your webpage, I was like, it got like a bunch of attention and I got a bunch of followers, and this is when I thought, okay, like somebody noticed my work. That's cool. It feels great.
So it's more of the social engagement when other artists and just the general population, but it hasn't been any client jobs or anything, but more on the social side.
I think so. Because all my gigs, they're great, and it's like they're all different in a way, right? Like the places I worked at. But I don't know, like everyone is a milestone technically, so it's like, it's hard to tell. But it just like when you like get attention from Cinema 4D, like Maxon, this is like a real appreciation, like from the industry.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, we get so many different submissions, and I'm always looking at new artists. So if anybody, sticks out there, we always like to shine the spotlight on our artists, because our software wouldn't be much without the people who use it. So you really make it look good. If you don't look good, we don't look good. I think, I think some hair company said that, but I'm going to say that the same thing. So it's your work looking as good as it is makes the software as good as it is. And with your career path as well as like education, is there any, part of cinema, ZBrush, or anything in the Maxon world that you're trying to learn more of, or you would like to? Is there, like, as you grow as an artist, are there certain aspects of things that you're focusing on now?
So right now I'm focusing more on creating like very clean mesh. So I did the course from Rusted Pixel about stylized 3D modeling, and I'm trying to keep my models like very clean right now. And ZBrush was on my list also for a very long time. I tried to dive in like a couple times because I'm really interested in organic 3D modeling.
Okay.
And I'm definitely gonna not gonna give up on that and keep doing and learning.
Yeah, ZBrush is one for me as well. But then I still think it's like, oh, ZBrush is a great tool, but I still need to know how to draw. Like, and that's one of the things, like, yes, I can still play, but I need to know anatomy and proportions and all those other things. So it's like, oh, okay. Every time I feel like I learned something, I always feel like there's a couple more things that I have to learn to make that.
It's never ending, yes.
Yeah. It always feels like there's layers to it. Is there any other things outside of the world of software that you find more, I guess, artistically inspiring to you, like photography or real life sculpting? I see you have a model in your background and things like that.
Yeah, I really love architecture and art in general. So like I love traveling and exploring new places. I recently been to London, and it's such an inspiration. Like as a whole, it's such a beautiful city, and you just go like anywhere, and it's beautiful, and it's full of museums, and it's just like so inspiring.
Yeah, no, architecture is one of my favorites. Do you have a favorite architect or style?
Yeah, it's Gaudi for sure. Antonio Gaudi. So it's like Barcelona, and it's just it's incredibly beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. Well,
and then you ZBrush to create something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if you're gonna do all those organic, that organic architecture, you're probably gonna want to use ZBrush for that. So, Tatiana, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure. We're looking forward to having you on future shows. So definitely give her a follow. She likes that, so that makes her feel accomplished as an artist. So if you're not following her now, start following her, and we'll be checking you out on the interwebs, and we will see everybody after the break for our very last presenter. So we'll see you soon.
Thanks so much.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Hey everyone, this is Brandon Clements inviting you to check out my new Unreal Engine real-time ray tracing course on mograph.com. We are going to dive deep into the world of real-time ray tracing. We're going to learn about blueprints, lighting, RTX optimization, sequencer, GPU light mask, and so much more. The stories that are going to be told are only going to be limited by your imagination. So go to mograph.com/classes for more information, and I'll see you there.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
And here we are today at the 3D Motion Show, streaming from Iowa. We have our last presenter of the day, Luis Miranda.
Hey there, my name is Luis Miranda, 3D artist from Denver, Colorado, and in today's presentation, I'm going to be showing you my personal process on how I make hard characters using ZBrush, Substance Painter, and Cinema 4D. So before we get started, a little bit of background on myself. I've been a freelancer for 5 years, and before going freelance, I was actually the 3D artist for the Denver Broncos back when they won the Super Bowl. My work was actually shown at the Super Bowl, and I also got a ring for being an employee. Since going freelance, I've had the opportunity to work with amazing studios and clients like The Mill, the NFL, Crypt TV, and even worked with Beeple. So, as is customary with these presentations, let's go ahead and check out my reel, and then afterwards, I'll show you what we're going to be making. Hopefully you like the reel. As you can see, I'm a huge fan of making things that are scary. Alright, so today what we're going to be learning is how to make this Jason mask from Friday the 13th. So what you're seeing is the finished product. As you can see, there's a lot of cool detail on this mask. So while I'll be showing you how to make a pretty simple model in this presentation, this process can actually be expanded to a much more complex character. So as an example, here's a video with Michael Myers from Halloween. It's a fun process that's actually allowed me to explore my creativity in the horror realm. So anyways, let's go ahead and get started. so we're inside of ZBrush here, and so as soon as you open it, you get greeted by this menu here. And this is your lightbox, which is the closest thing you're going to find to a content browser inside of ZBrush. And so, yeah, it comes in with pre-built with a lot of things, preloaded, I should say, and lots of cool stuff. But for the particular example I'm going to be showing you, you don't really need to dive into any of these, although I do recommend you do check it out for yourself. The ones that we're going to be using is either this demo head, the female, or the male. In this particular case, I'm going to use the male version, and it has male proportions. So let's go ahead and open this guy. It'll ask you if you want to change it, just say no. It'll open up the demo head, and you have access to it. So before I kind of get into the navigation of ZBrush and how it works, I kind of want to address a little thing. I kind of feel like some people are probably going to be thinking to themselves, like, hey, doesn't Cinema 4D have like its own sculpting module? And you're not wrong. It does have sculpting tools. So if you go into your sculpting layout, it gives you this option, which lets you subdivide, all that stuff that you would find in ZBrush. But it also has these brushes. And so, like, the most obvious one is grab, where you can like grab it and pull. And obviously you also have like this pulling one, which kind of fills up like the layer underneath and kind of pulls it forward. And this whole thing is very similar to ZBrush in certain ways, but I just kind of want to show why I would emphasize using ZBrush over this particular thing. And that's because when we go inside of ZBrush and I hit the B button, you can see that there is quite a bit more brushes here. And these ones all do extremely different things, from, just like doing the stuff that you saw, like moving, kind of adding volume and stuff. But it also has the ability to do these things called IMM, which lets you load in models. It also has fabric, so you can actually like simulate fabric and stuff. There's a lot of really cool stuff in here that I don't necessarily think Cinema 4D is going to be able to replicate one-to-one. And also some of these tools are extremely powerful, especially when you're using them in horror. So yeah, so I would just say try giving ZBrush a chance in this regard, simply because of the amount of brushes that you can work with and the different abilities that each one gives you. Cool. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and start talking about the navigation. So ZBrush has an interesting way of navigating. It's a little esoteric compared to other 3D programs. And so when I say esoteric, it's like there's certain industry standards, and ZBrush doesn't quite adhere to them. It's kind of like the industry standard for sculpting, but when it comes to just traditional 3D navigation, it doesn't really follow those rules. So most people should be familiar with the alt-click method. You hit alt-click, or you hit alt, and then when you click, it lets you rotate around something. But here, if I hit alt-click and then start moving, it goes left and right. And in order to actually orbit around something, I have to click outside of my model. But there is a better way of navigating, I think, which is called the right-click method. So instead of using Alt as your like base button, it's your right-click. And so I'm using a Wacom tablet. I have my my right-click set to this guy right here, the bottom one. So it's very easy to get to. And what you can do with that is that you can right-click on your model and then move it around, and it'll let you orbit. If you were to just click and drag, it starts sculpting. So it's a nice way to tell it to navigate rather than sculpt. And when you use it in conjunction with Alt and Control, I'm using PC, so if I say Control, just know that I'm meaning Command. But when you hit Alt and then right-click, it lets you do the up and down, left and right. And then if you use Control, it'll let you push in and out. And so in conjunction with all of this stuff, you can navigate it pretty easily. And if you hold down Shift, it'll actually give you the ability to snap to the orthographic views. This is super useful, especially if you're using reference imagery, which uses orthographic views. But yeah, on top of that, each button itself has its sort of like multiple functions. So when you're like sculpting, so let's get closer, and I start sculpting here, it pulls it outwards, which is called Z add, and you can see it up here. And you can actually do a Z subtract, which will push it inwards instead of outwards. And so when you hit Alt and then start sculpting, it does the opposite. Cool. And so now if you do that again, but with the control button, it'll then create a mask. And this will protect it from being manipulated by the brushes, sorry. And so you can clear it by just holding that control and then dragging outside of the model, and it'll remove the mask. Cool. And if you want to set it to be like Z subtract as your default, you can just hit this button up here and it'll switch it over. And so now it'll push it in, and Alt will just switch it over to add. Cool. So that's kind of more or less how you navigate. There's obviously other interesting little techniques that you can use. So if I want to switch from one model to the next, you can actually hold down Alt and then just tap once, and it'll switch over to the other model, and it'll darken the other models but brighten the one that you're using. So now it's on the eyes, so I can actually start sculpting on the eyes, and it looks really weird. Cool. So then if I use Alt and I tap on the head, it'll switch over to that thing. Cool. So let's go ahead and talk about brushes. So as mentioned earlier, when you press B, you have all of this really cool stuff. The thing that you start out with is called your standard brush, which basically kind of works like the pool inside of Cinema 4D. And it kind of just creates there's like a sphere underneath the surface, which is kind of pulling things out in a rounded way, which is nice. But there's a lot of really cool tools. In particular, my favorite one is the Move tool. So the way you navigate the brushes, instead of having to find each one yourself, you can actually just type in M, which will then filter down to all of the brushes that start with M. And I know from just using it that V is the button for the Move tool. And so you switch it over, and now when I start pulling, it starts manipulating the mesh in a very sort of like smeary sort of way. And what I like about this particular system of switching brushes is that it's almost like you're spelling out a word. So if I hit B and then M, and it's almost like I'm spelling move, M-O-V, and then, yeah, but I'm skipping the O. So once you kind of get used to that sort of thing, you can kind of type out certain words. So like if I want to use the standard brush, I hit B, then S, and then T for standard. And so you kind of eventually start realizing which series of buttons you need to press to get them to work. But yeah, once you kind of have those memorized, it's very easy to just switch over. You can also apply them up here, which will kind of give you a quick selection. So one brush that I'm going to be using a little bit later, which I really enjoy, it's actually like it's my go-to when it comes to creating horror characters, and it's called the Blob tool. So if you hit B and then B again and then L, you can then see what it does. And it kind of creates like this weird sort of blobby effect, which is really fun. And also if you do negative, it kind of pushes inwards. But what's really cool about the Blob tool in particular is that you can do this thing over here where you can load an alpha. So it's a black and white image, which then kind of changes the profile of your brush. So if I were to choose something like, I don't know, let's grab like a fractured, like these lines. And if I get close and I start dragging it, you can see that it kind of has that sort of profile. And so eventually we'll be using it with sculptures. I need to get to that first before I show you, but just keep in mind that alphas are things that you can definitely do. And you can even create your own, like just using Photoshop or whatever, just doing a black and white image with a certain shape, and then you can just load it straight in. Cool. So let's go ahead and switch over to standard. And I want to show you what's going on over here on this right side. So the closest thing that you can find to a object manager in ZBrush is this thing called the subtool menu. And when you pull this guy up, it has all your models here, similar to how if you have a bunch of objects in Cinema. And so here you can switch over between the models. I'm not going to be using the eyes, so I'm just going to go ahead and just deactivate it so you can kind of see it without its eyes. and you can just delete it if you want. I'm not going to do that right now. But yeah, it has all these other options down here, such as, you know, like your usual thing, you know, like you can create folders to store things in, duplicate, whatever. But these things underneath it, such as split, merge, boolean, and also this one, extract, are going to be really important. But on top of that, you're also going to want to get familiar with some of these other ones, such as this one that says geometry. This one's really interesting because it allows you to do a lot of things with your topology. So one thing that I use a lot is here inside of modify topology. I like to use this thing called close holes, which, you know, closes, you know, pretty self-explanatory, but it's really useful, especially when we start using this other tool. And also you got this one like the mirror and weld, which is really nice. So you can do one side work and then just hit that and it'll duplicate it. Even though ZBrush works in a like symmetry fashion, sometimes it's better to do one side and then just mirror it, simply because of how the gizmo for manipulating objects works. We'll get more into that a little bit later. You'll see what I mean. But the last thing I would say to get familiar with is this guy right here, the Z Remesher. The newest version of Cinema already has this built in, which is really nice for remeshing your models. It gives it a really nice topology. And so if you look over here, this guy already is made out of quads, but the process of sculpting ends up creating a lot of like triangles, and this thing really helps clean it up. It's also really good for creating low poly versions of your really detailed models, which is something we're going to do. And so just hold on to that thought. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and get started into sculpting. And the first thing I want to do is create the base for the JSON mask. And the way to do that, what I like to do is actually use the extract method. So if we go back to our subtool and come down to extract, I can show you what it does. So holding down Control, you can then click and start dragging, and you start making this mask. So let's go ahead and just kind of like cover up his face and just do that. And so now his face is completely masked out. And so if you go here to your extract, you can see that it basically like extrudes out everything that I selected. It's almost like selecting polygons and then using the extrude function inside of Cinema. But if you notice, it also extrudes the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and so it creates a ton of geometry that I don't want to deal with. But also on top of that, so let me pull this guy up, and so if you notice, there's this button right here that says double. So I'm going to go ahead and hit extract and then accept, which then turns it into actual geometry and gives me a subtool, which you can see here, which is called an extract. So if I deactivate the head and it shows me the mask, you can kind of see all the weirdness that it creates, like the eyes, the nose, and also the mouth. But also, if you notice, this thing is a little thick right here. So if I turn on the head again, kind of move it, and I turn it on and off, you can see that it's almost like it's carving into the face. And I don't want that to happen. I want it to be like coming from the face out. So let's go ahead and go back to our demo head. I'm going to turn off the new extract, and I'm going to create a new one, but this time I'm going to deactivate double, and then I'm just going to hit extract and accept one more time. And let's go ahead and turn this guy off. And you can see it's a little thinner, and it's laying exactly on the top of the face. And so that's useful to me, and also gives me a better idea of how it's going to lay on this character's face. Cool. So let's actually undo all this, because we quite honestly do not need all this. So let's go ahead and get rid of these new extracts. Let's go back to our character here. And instead of masking out a face and then extracting it, let's make some modifications to his face itself. So let's go ahead and clear the mask by holding Control and then dragging and letting go. And here is where I need to talk about Sculptress Pro. Sculptress Pro is this really interesting part of ZBrush, which allows topology to be created where you use your brush. But you're going to notice something right away when you try using it on this guy. So I'm going to go ahead and activate it. And so you just press this button up here, and then you drag across. And so now we get all this text over here saying that this thing is composed of subdivision levels. And if you're familiar with subdivision surface inside of Cinema 4D, same thing. except that it's not controlled by a generator or anything that you put underneath a thing. It's really just controlled within these menus. And the way to adjust your subdivision is to go over here to your geometry tab and go over here to where it has your low res and then subdivision levels, and then also the ability to delete and freeze. So right now it's currently set to a subdivision level of 3. So if we bring this guy all the way down to 1, you can see what its base shape looks like. If you turn this on, you can see the polygons, very low poly, and that's great. I'm going to go with that because I don't really need it to be hyper detailed. I'm going to add all that stuff later. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and just delete higher. And now it's completely got rid of all subdivision. It's almost like I turned off the subdivision generator. And now what I'm going to do is activate Sculptress again. And now when I drag across, you can see that it's starting to do something to the topology, which is turning all these quads into like these triangles or even just smaller quads. And what's great about this is that it isolates all of the detail into where your brush is going. And so sometimes before, you used to have to use like dividing and then just keep dividing. And eventually it just gets, it creates a lot of polygons. And there's certain areas that don't have detail, that don't have quite as much detail as like the face or something like that, but they still carry all these polygons. And so this is a great way to kind of just isolate all that detail into a single area rather than having it just be all over the place. So let's go ahead and undo that so that we don't have all those extra polygons. And what I'm going to do with Sculptress activated, it also has this really cool function, which when you do, when you hold down Shift to smooth it out, which I should have mentioned earlier, what it does here is that it also removes polygons, but it also kind of flattens it. And so it gets rid of cavities really nicely. And so if I want to like just flatten out his eyeballs and also flatten out his mouth, I can do that. And so now he has basically featureless. However, there is an issue with this guy because if you notice, there's a hole underneath it in his nostril. So if I hold down Shift and I start going, it starts deleting all those polygons. And so that's a little annoying. So what I'm going to do is just undo the whole thing. Let's kind of shift it over here so we can see the nose. You can see inside of it. And over here in your geometry, and go over here to modify topology. I'm going to bring it up a little bit so you guys can see what I'm clicking. Here in close holes, I'm going to press it, and then it creates these caps where the hole would be. And you can actually see it underneath it as well. It used to not have that, but then when I hit close holes, it actually adds geometry there. And so now when I use my Sculptress and smooth it out, I can then flatten it out, and now he looks a little bit like Voldemort. But yeah, so now I can pretty much turn him into a featureless face, and this will give me a pretty nice base to work from with that extract. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off this polyline fill, and what I'm just going to do now is just basically mask out the same area I did last time. And do that. Cool. And let's go back to our subtool and down to extract. So I have double turned off, and I can hit extract, which will then give me this nice shape taken from the mask. You can also modify it by increasing the thickness. I'm not going to play around with it too much because I like the size, but if you want it to be thicker, you can do it there. Let's go ahead and hit accept, and now we got ourselves our base mesh, essentially. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the head and just focus on this particular mask. And you see there's nothing weird going on in the back. The eyeballs aren't like, extruded. The mouth isn't extruded. It's just literally a thing that goes over a face. It's almost like a death mask, if you will. Let's go ahead and remove the mask. And now what we can do is start like smoothing this guy out. So you can use your like standard brush to kind of like fill in some of these cavities.
and add a little bit of volume. And then use your smooth to kind of like smooth it out. So I have a pure ref board already set up, which has all of the nice little references. And, you know, obviously you probably would want more, but later on when we get to detailing, I kind of want to recreate some of these like scratches and whatnot. This is good for reference for when we paint it inside a substance. Here's like a good, just like a shot from the movie, just so you can kind of see how it fits on them. I think it looks a little too big, kind of goofy, so I'm not going to adhere completely to that. But the reason I have these ones, these straight-on shots, is for a couple of reasons. So that I have the correct proportions of the head, but also so that I know where to put these holes, including the eyeballs. So here's a funny little trick that I like to do. It's a little bit more, you can do it a little bit more elaborate. You can actually load the image directly into ZBrush and have it as like a background. But for me, I kind of like working fast, I guess, and not having to deal with more menus than I need to. So I'll kind of like zoom it in around here, and I'll switch back to ZBrush. And then over here, there's this little button that says see-through. And if I increase it, it lets me see through ZBrush, and I can still modify things. And so I can try to match the perspective. And then using my move tool, so if I hit V and V, make it really big, it allows me to kind of work through the image, and so I can kind of match the proportion correctly. So let's go ahead and just push the stuff in. Kind of gives me a nice general shape to match, but also it serves as an important function that lets me know where the eyeball, where the holes are going to be. Cool. So you can kind of see that it matches for the most part. Like, it still requires a little bit of detailing. So let's go ahead and turn this guy from 37% down to 0. And let's go ahead and kind of fill in some of these like gaps, because you can kind of see like the cheekbones. So the tool that I would recommend here is using the H polish. So you just type in H, and then you can see the P as polish. Let's go ahead and bring this guy down, and we can start like flattening it out. And what's great about the H polish, it works really well with hard surface. And so, yeah, if you want to kind of create like a nice sort of sharp, like an unnaturally smooth surface, this is a great way to do it. It kind of gives you nice little angles. It's very, very popular with people who do like sci-fi, you know, guns and like armor and stuff. In this particular case, we're kind of just using it to, you know, flatten this guy out, make it look a little bit more like an actual hockey mask. Also, if you use your Alt button while using it, it actually does like the opposite, where it pulls out and flattens it, which is pretty sweet. So let's go ahead and just kind of do that. All right, so we kind of more or less have our basic shape. We can go in there a little bit more, but let's go ahead and see through again. Let's line it up. And we're going to switch over to this tool called the Dem standard. So it's B, D, and then S for standard. And here you can actually just go ahead and draw like little areas. And here you can kind of draw like little areas to let yourself know where you're going to want to put these holes, because we're going to use the Boolean tools to really drive this part. Cool. So you can kind of see maybe it needs a little bit more detail so that we don't get lost. Okay. And all right. Let's go ahead and turn that off. And so now we more or less know where we want to kind of poke our holes through. All right. So let's go ahead and create the eyeballs, which are pretty easy to make. So when you go into your brush and type in C, it'll give you the option to create these things called curves. All right, so let's start building out the tools that are going to poke through and create those holes. So let's go ahead and hit B, and then if you hit C, it'll give you access to all of the, they're called curve brushes. This one lets you create like a spline, which then gets extruded. So you'll want to find the one that says curve quad fill, And so we can actually just go ahead and start drawing, as you can see. And then it creates like this extruded element. But if you notice, it's kind of low poly and it kind of goes all over the place. So if you make your brush size smaller, which by the way, I don't think I mentioned, you can actually use the open and close brackets similar to how you do in Photoshop, and then start drawing again. It actually gives you a much more refined shape. And so now when you look, it's pretty much just a flat object that's been extruded. And if you want to manipulate it, make it thicker, you can actually hit W, which then brings up your gizmo. And this one pretty much works like how the gizmo works in Cinema, except that instead of having to activate rotation, scale, and position one at a time, you can actually do all of them at once. So if you hit this little cube that's connected to the Z, you can actually extend it and it'll make it longer. Same thing with all the other ones. But the thing that I like in particular is this guy right here. This is called your screen space. And so if you notice, it's always facing the camera. So if you want to like move it just a little bit, it'll just move based on your screen space. I think it's really nice. It's really convenient. All right, so let's go ahead and line those guys up. And that'll be kind of like our first tool for poking through. Next, we need to create like tubes to poke through here. But first, we need to do one quick thing. But first, if you haven't noticed, what happens is that when you draw this thing, it basically creates another object that's part of the same tool. So we're going to want to split these off into separate tools. But if you notice, when you turn on your polyline, one object is red and the other one's yellow, and those things are called polygroups. And the way polygroups work is that they are a nice way of identifying sets of polygons, and you can actually split things based on which group belongs to what. So here they're already separated for us, so we don't really have to worry too much about that, and we don't have to worry about splitting it just yet. So just know that that's something we're gonna do. Cool. So if you hit Q, it brings you back to your brush, and you can see we have a mask going. So if you clear it, now we're back to our normal ZBrush, and we can actually, if you use like your standard, you can actually brush on both of them, but that's not what we want to do. Let's go ahead and add this tubes that it's going to poke through here. And the way to do that is actually really fun. There's a brush called the IMM brush, and so if you just type in I, you can see that there's a lot of them actually. So you have army curves, basic, boolean, body parts. The one that I'm looking for is this one that says primitives. And so it gives you primitive shapes. So I want to use like a cylinder, and I want to drag it out from here. And so then, yeah, let's kind of like play around with it. So basically it's like you're dragging out a shape or like a primitive onto it. And once you bring it out, you can actually switch back to your gizmo and actually start moving it around. And since it's mirrored, it'll kind of copy on the other side. But in this particular case, I don't think I want it mirrored. I want to just do it on one side, then I want to flip it and just kind of like duplicate it. I can illustrate why. So like if I want to make this guy smaller, if you notice, it scales inwards. And so I kind of want to be able to control it without having to worry about the clone kind of doing its own thing. So let's go ahead and undo that. And the way to deactivate symmetry is by hitting X, which shuts it off. And so now you can see it's only making a 1. So I'm going to go ahead and add it here. I'll switch over to my gizmo. And now, since I'm only manipulating 1, I have a lot more freedom to kind of pull in, pull out, manipulate it. And I think that's a good shape right there, but I also kind of want it to be flush with the surface. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and just do this really quickly, but if you hold down Control while you select one of these guys, it'll actually create a copy, and here you can go ahead and start placing these. And so you've got yourself a couple of these. And it's really important that these actually cut through. So make sure you push these in so that they are, in fact, going through the model. I'm going to just go ahead and do that. Cool. So let's go ahead and focus on the bottom. Cool. And let's go ahead and duplicate that. And one more. Okay. So let's go ahead and put one here. Let's make sure it's going through. There it is. And let's do one more over here. Okay. I don't want to worry too much about these other ones because this is more for like demonstration purposes. So now that we have these guys in here, we want to duplicate them as a mirror so that we can fill in the other side. Cool. So let's switch back to our brush by hitting Q. And so now we can remove it. And so even though they kind of look like the same color as the red, they are in fact two different polygroups. So now what I want to do, and this is where we'll want to split it. So if you hold down Control and Shift, it lets you select polygroups just by tapping one of these groups. So if I hit the mask, it basically hides everything except this polygroup. And if you notice, the back of it was its own polygroup, so that's all I got. And so it's only the front. So if you hit this one again, it'll then show everything else. So let's go ahead and click outside. It'll bring everything back. So what I want to do is isolate these tubes. So if I hit them once, they are now being selected. And if I go over here into our subtool and go down to split, I can choose this option here which says split hidden. And so it'll actually remove the connection between the two and actually give you a second set of a second subtool. And so now these guys are on their own, and if you can see, the mask is on its own as well. It still has the eyes, which is fine. We'll get to them in a little bit, but let's go ahead and fix this guy real fast. And let's go down to our geometry tab, and then over here in mirror and weld, you want to hit this guy, and it'll just it'll mirror it and basically make it part of the model. So I do want to talk about one thing. So if you ended up starting out on the right side and then doing it, and then start noticing that when you hit the mirror and weld, it disappears. I can't really replicate it for some reason, but if you are having that issue, go down here to deformation, which you can see right there. And then here in mirror, you can actually just hit that and it'll actually swap it to the other side. And then you can do the mirror and then you can do the mirror and weld on the other side. So that'll kind of help fix that, and you won't have to redo all the tubes and stuff. Cool. So now that we have those guys separated, let's go ahead and take care of these eye holes. So yeah, basically same thing. Go ahead and just tap it. It'll select the whole thing. And so now if you do the same thing, which is split hidden, it'll now separate the eye holes, sorry, as their own object. And here is where we're going to start using the Boolean tool. So let's go ahead and grab our mask, which is the base, which is called here extract 7 in mine. I'm going to pull it all the way up to the top, not quite all the way, but just above the tubes and also the eye holes. And what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to get rid of this menu up here. Cool. So now what we want to do is use this life Boolean tool. So right away, it doesn't really do anything because it's not really set up to do it. But basically the way it works is that the thing that you want getting cut up by other tools, you want to have at the top. And so everything that's going to be cutting into it or merging into it, whatever, should be below it. So, and the way to do Boolean is very similar to how you do it inside of Illustrator when you're using something like Pathfinder. You click on this little button here, which is kind of hard to see, but it's right next to the eyeball. And right now it has a union set up, but if you go to the middle one, it'll then set up for subtract. And you can kind of see right away that it pokes a hole through it. And now if we select our eyeball and we do the same, it now also. Let's see if we can. So yeah, you can see that it's poking right through. And same thing here, you can see that those holes from the top are being poked. Cool. So that's more or less how you kind of create like the base sort of mesh. So if you want to turn this into a into geometry, because if you notice, if I hit W and I start moving this around, it actually will, it's like procedural. And so, but you can't really start sculpting on it until you sort of like accept the changes. So the way to do that is by clicking on your model that is the topmost in that stack. And here inside of your subtool menu, go down here to Boolean, and it gives you literally one option, which is to turn it into a mesh. So let's go ahead and hit that. And so it creates it, and you're like, where is it? It's not in here. It actually creates a new tool in this like little menu thing. I'm not entirely sure what these things are. It's kind of like this thing, but a very small version of it kind of in your UI. So now you have access to this wonderful thing, which gives you all the holes. And now what we can do is by using our tools, I'm going to turn off Sculptress, we can actually start sculpting on it. And you can see that we start manipulating it. And here we can actually, if we switch over to move, we can actually make our final changes to it. Let's go ahead and turn on X so that we can have symmetry. And if we go through see-through, we can actually line this guy up again. And here we can kind of get the eyeball correct. Because if you notice, they're not quite perfect, which is fine. And then you can also smooth it out and get it as close as you want. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does help if you're trying to make it as one-to-one as possible. Cool. So let's go ahead and turn this guy all the way down. And yeah, and from here we can start, you know, adding details and whatnot. I personally would recommend polishing it up and getting it looking nice first. But first thing I would do, honestly, is this thing looks really ugly. Like, it has a lot of messy geometry and stuff. And so I would like to give myself a nice starting point rather than this really messy thing. So if we go down to our geometry and go down to, let's turn off this modified topology and go here to Z remesher, we can actually then Z remesh this guy. And right away you can see that it creates this really nice mesh that has all of, like, has all the holes, and it has this really nice topology that actually is made out of quads essentially. And so here you don't even have to use this guy anymore, the Sculptress. You can pretty much just work on this like base mesh. And so if you just want to polish it up, you can, and it just makes it so much easier. Clean it up. And then if you want to give it a little bit more like of a hard surface, you can switch over to your H polish. And here you can start flattening stuff out and giving yourself like a nice base to work from. So I'm going to switch over to, so I can kind of give this guy a little bit more of a, like, just kind of make it look more like a mask that you would see like on a hockey player. Cool. And if you find yourself kind of like struggling with that, getting the proportions right, it's probably a good idea to just go online and find a side view of a mask. It could either be the Jason mask or it could be whatever. And here you can kind of give yourself a nice little profile to work with, because, you know, you do have to put noses in here. Cool. All right. And let's go BMD. And here's a good time to kind of go in and do some modifications that you would want. Kind of want the eyes to be like a little bit bigger. Like, if you point them upwards, they look a little bit more sinister. If you put them downwards, they look sad. So like, kind of creating like that like nice little flare can look cool. One thing I found that I really enjoyed is that if I make this really big and then pull this guy down, actually let me make it even bigger, and then you kind of push it like inwards and down, it kind of creates like this nice sharp sort of thing. It kind of makes it look a little bit more like Casey from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah. And so, yeah, you can kind of play around with it. It doesn't have to be perfect, exact. But one thing that I will point out that is going to be kind of a little bit of a difficult situation is that if you notice, all of the poly groups that we had are pretty much gone. This thing did not preserve those poly groups. So if we go all the way back and look at this guy before it's switched over, and you can see that there's a poly group here, there's a poly group on the back of it, and there's also poly groups on the inside. And so those are kind of important. Not really sure what's a good way to explain it, but it helps a lot with the UV unwrapping part of it. So let's see if we can do this while preserving it. So if we activate this keep groups and then run it again, let's see what happens. Cool. So now that we have all of these groups still preserved, we can then go through the process of cleaning it up, and this will make it a lot easier to UV unwrap it. Okay, so now that the Z remesher has done its thing and it's also maintained these poly groups, it actually becomes really useful for when we're UV unwrapping it. So to UV unwrap something, we need to go over here to our Z plugin and go over here, bring this guy over and snap it over to the side. And then you can see that there's this guy right here called UV Master. Okay, so something that I want to point out here is when you UV unwrap it, it'll kind of just run an algorithm to try to get the best sort of cut on it. But because we have all these polygon groups, what we can do here is go to polygroups and activate it, and then hit unwrap, which you can see it kind of working right now. And so now what we can do is actually go into our flatten mode and actually see that it's been cut in a pretty all right way. It's a little weird on the sides and all this other stuff. But if you don't have those poly groups, sometimes the algorithm gets really weird, and actually it struggled a lot with that early on when I was first making that model. So it's a good idea to just make sure that ZBrush is able to UV unwrap it pretty easily. So yeah, the way to check it is over here on this flatten button. It'll just flatten it out, and then you can hit unflatten. You can also activate this check seams, which will kind of show you where the cuts are. It's like a little red line. You can't really notice it, but if I turn on and off, you can see that there's like this little line that appears around these circles and also around the edges. And if you notice, it's using these polygon, like using the groups as the way to where to cut it. So I just wanted to address that. This is not nowhere near where I would take the model. I would go in here and do a lot more detailing and stuff. So just to kind of like save myself a little bit of time in the future, what I'm going to do is just go ahead and duplicate this guy. And just have myself a second copy, just one that has the UVs already set up, and maybe I can just like reuse them or something like that. But let's go ahead and just ignore all this stuff and keep working over on this side. So let's go ahead and get started with the detailing of it. I'm just going to add some like nice little scratches in here. Whenever you do the UV unwrapping, it actually applies this white texture to it. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over here, which is our materials, and I'm going to switch it over to something like this red. This one usually kind of makes it a little easier. And so here we can see the blob tool kind of running its thing, which is fine, but I want to do the alpha trick, which is bringing in our alpha, which will kind of give it a nice, like kind of makes it look a little bit more like it's being carved. And also I want to activate Sculptress. This way we can get a lot more detail in the model. Also, I don't want it to be symmetrical, so because it kind of creates these weird X's. So let's go ahead and hit X and turn off symmetry. And so now we can kind of go over it without having to worry too much. And as I mentioned before, you want to use Alt for when you're cutting in to so that you can subtract from the volume. But if you don't want to keep holding Alt all the time, just go ahead and do the Z sub as I mentioned, and now by default it'll do that. But if you're noticing that it kind of creates like a low poly, almost what's it, like a blurry sort of cut, here's a way to adjust that. So here inside of your tool, sorry, up here in your stroke, you can actually go down here to Sculptress Pro, and here where it says subdivide size, it's set to 1, which is sort of like, that's like its default. It basically subdivides it by like a factor of 1. So if you were to do a 0.5, you can then see that it creates a lot more detail compared to where it was before. And obviously you can take that even lower. So if we were to bring this down to like, I don't know, 0.25, you would get a much more refined result. And it looks way nicer. Really impressive, actually. Cool. So let's go ahead and just start throwing some lines in here. So let's kind of like grab this guy, just cut right through. One thing I would recommend is try to add some randomness to your movement, because I think humans tend to kind of work in patterns, and so sometimes you kind of just have to let your body kind of do its thing where it just works organically. So yeah, kind of just go in here, try to give yourself some nice like organic lines, go over them a few times, cut into it. And then if you hold it down for a while, it actually kind of does a really nice little effect, which kind of makes it go deeper. Cool. So yeah, use your pressure sensitivity to your advantage. And also if you want to create like really messed up edges, you can definitely do that by just kind of running over it a few times. And also if you alternate by holding Alt, it'll kind of bring it out. And so that's a great way to sort of create sort of deeper ridges. So if you keep running over that line right there, it kind of makes it look like it's, it's been pulled out a little bit more. Maybe you can do like a melting effect. Cool. And so here we can kind of go ahead and damage this a little bit more. Oops. I keep hitting the this middle part, which is kind of causing it to fly off the hinges there. Let's go ahead and just add some. So I'm kind of just freestyling it. The reality is that I would spend, I don't know, probably like an hour or so just on this sort of like detailing pass, and constantly keep referring to these things to try to get some of these like nice looking effects. I could also do that same trick that I did before, where I switch back and then I go into this mode, and then I can try to like recreate some of the same cuts. So like right here, you have this guy right here. And then here you can kind of like maybe trace it, kind of give yourself some of these lines that you are seeing in the reference. So yeah, you can just kind of trace it a little bit if you want. Kind of gives you something to work from. But honestly, I think just sort of playing around with it and letting your hand kind of just run its course, it'll eventually give you a really nice result. There's this thing called emergent details, I think, or emerging complexity, I think that's what it's called. And that's from just doing a lot of small things that eventually stack up to make something look a lot more complex. So I'm just going to go ahead and switch over to the actual model that I used so that I can show you the finished product and also how I was able to retopologize it and UV it. Okay, so this is the actual model I ended up making, and you can see this is actually the low poly version. No, actually this is the high poly version. So you can see all of the really intricate details that I ended up doing to it. You can see I went in here, start carving it up, adding all these holes in it. I really wanted to make it look like it got scratched by something like in this sort of general direction, but also wanted to kind of add some stuff to the eyes. I wanted to make it seem like it went through fire of some sort. But yeah, let's go ahead and turn on the polygons so we can see like what the topology looks like. And so after I ran it through ZRemesher, this is the mesh that I ended up getting. And as you can see, it doesn't have the polygroups and all that stuff. So it actually made the UV unwrapping bit a lot harder on myself. So doing the normal UV unwrap was not quite as effective as I would like it to. So I actually took it into Cinema and did some modifications to it. So let's actually go into Cinema 4D. I want to actually show you guys what I did with the UVs and why I did the way I did, because it really helps out later on, especially when you're working inside of Substance, and also finally when you're working with the render engine, either Redshift or even stuff like Unreal. Okay, so here is the final product. As you can see, it's basically just a camera move on the low poly version of the model. So if you want to see, we can turn on our lines and you can see that it's the low poly version. It's not hyper dense or anything like that. And yeah, basically just I set up this nice little motion camera using a bunch of different cameras to merge into, and then finally came out with this guy right here. But let's go ahead and switch over to our UV layout so we can see what I did with the UVs on this particular model. So when we click on here, you can see that it's pretty much split up. I pretty much used the built-in algorithm of Cinema 4D to unwrap it. I wasn't super satisfied with what ZBrush came out, although what I showed you guys using the poly groups is actually what I should have done in the first place, but this one, I kind of had to learn the hard way on that one. So when you look over here, you're probably wondering to yourself, like, why did I lay out my UVs next to each other like that in 3 different blocks? And if you're familiar with UDIMs, this is more or less what I'm doing. To my knowledge, Cinema 4D doesn't have a UDIM system, but you can still work within like the system inside of Cinema 4D and it still work with UDIMs. So what I basically did was, once I UV unwrapped everything, I would grab the elements that I wanted. So like the front of the mask, I made sure to keep that in the first tile, which is kind of where everything starts from. And then having it moving over, I have the accessories, and then finally the inside of the mask. The way that I was able to kind of figure this thing out is using the transform tool. There's a little tab right here. And so whenever I selected these guys, I could literally just tell it to move one space over, and then it would like literally just move it exactly one space. And so I started doing that with all of the different elements. And so eventually, at first they were all on the first one, but then as I started splitting them out, I started giving them their own tile. And once you save this guy out as an OBJ or FBX and then send it over to Substance, something really interesting happens, is that Substance recognizes it as a UDIM. And so now you're able to render out your textures using this UDIM system, and Redshift and even stuff like Unreal recognizes UDIMs. And so you only have to build your material once, and basically all the UDIM tiles get automatically populated. It's actually really cool, and I'm really glad I stumbled into this like system. I don't know if that's intentional on behalf of Maxon, but I just wanted to point out that if you're trying to get into UDIMs, there is a little option for you. You just have to be familiar with this transform tool. Cool. So now that you kind of have like a general idea of the layout, let's actually hop on over to Substance Painter so that I can show you how I painted it. So when you're done in ZBrush, you ideally will have 2 models. You'll want to have a low poly version, which I showed you earlier, which is the one that we had in Cinema 4D, and also a high poly version, the one that is pretty much the extremely detailed version inside of ZBrush. And usually what I do is I export them out as FBXs directly from ZBrush, especially if the UV unwrapping worked out really well. If it didn't work out very well, I'll send the low poly version over to Cinema and then make the adjustments and then bring that over here to Substance. But it's really important to still keep that high poly version, because we're going to do something called baking your mesh maps. So if you notice here, this is our low poly version, and when you kind of like scroll across, it does not look nearly as good as like what we just ended up doing. Like, we just spent all this time putting all these cool details, and this thing basically is like a smooth over version of it. So we want to be able to bring back some of that detail. And so the way you do that is by going here to your mesh maps, bake mesh maps under your texture set settings, and then you pull it open. And I already have it set up here where it's my high poly. All you have to do is click on this little thing and select your high poly. And so you can do an output size of up to 8K. And at first you'll want to definitely start out small, like maybe like a 1K, and kind of adjust some of these settings. Let me show you some of the settings that I do apply. So when it comes to like curvature, I like to increase the secondary rays like by a lot. Same thing when it comes to ambient occlusion. I also increase the secondary rays. This way I can get like as good of a result as possible. Normals, you can't really do much on these guys. Position, yeah, this one is really nice. Basically what it does is that it scans the top to the bottom and it creates like a gradient, which tells it where the top is and where the bottom is. Because if you look at the UVs, they're not necessarily oriented in the correct way as you would see them up front. Like you can see that the mask is kind of like twisted in different parts since it's all chopped up. And here in thickness, this one's really good for if you're doing like skin. It's really nice to be able to control like the scattering effect and stuff. So once you kind of have it all set up and ready to go, all you want to do is go here to bake, select the textures. And you'll notice that it does this really cool process where it kind of creates all these weird colors, like brings in the normal. And basically what it's doing is grabbing all the data from your high poly ZBrush one, and it's basically transferring it down into the low poly, but it's storing it as an image. And so instead of having a lot of polygons, what you're doing instead is you're putting all that data onto a 4K image. And the way Substance works is that it uses all of those images that are being generated right now, and it uses it to control these things called generators. And generators are probably the number one thing that I would go to Substance Painter for. It allows you to add really cool weathering effects, really just creepy things overall. It's really good for horror, especially since that's kind of where I operate. And so I'm going to show you a couple of my favorite ones and then show you what the final product looks like. So here in your layers, I like to create myself like either I drop in a single layer. I try to work in color source before I use any of these materials. If I want a specific sort of looking material, I'll kind of look down here to see if there's one that's similar to it that I can kind of derive some data from. But because I'm not really doing that right now, I just kind of want to give it a base color. I go in here, and when you create a fill layer, which I did by clicking this like bucket, what it does is that it gives you these options. Let me see if I can hide my head. There we go. And it gives you the option to change the color. It also gives you the option to mess around with the height. You can't really notice what's going on here because you kind of need it to combine it with other things. Roughness, basically makes it shiny or not shiny. Same thing with metallic, makes it metal looking or not metal looking. So you can kind of really see the difference between roughness, like no roughness, and all the roughness when you have your metallic slider up. Let's go ahead and adjust some of these settings here on our material. So you can actually deactivate each one individually, or if you hold down Alt, you can actually just activate the one while it deactivates the other ones. So if I go ahead and have them all active and I just want the color, I'm holding down Alt and I click, it wipes out the rest, and now it's just giving me color information. So in this particular case, I want to have a little bit kind of like a nice like white, maybe orangey color as its sort of base. Not too white, and if you want to color pick, you can actually go in here into your like pure ref, and here when you're clicking on the color, if you click on this guy and hold down the left click, you can actually drag it around and you can see that it's picking whatever color you're over. So here I'm actually putting it over the mask reference that I have, and here you can see that it gives you this nice like white color. So I'm going to kind of just desaturate it a little bit more and maybe bring down the brightness just a tiny bit. On top of that, I want to kind of add like a little bit of like, what would that be called? Grime, like things kind of coming down. So let's go ahead and create another fill layer. And again, Alt, click, and then select just a color. So here, I'm going to go ahead and select this brownish black that I see over here on my reference. And what I'm going to do now is go over here to this button, which is where you create a mask. And so you have the option to do all these different masks. I'm only going to talk about these two, which is the black and white. And so white is basically just, all of it is visible. If it was black, it would be all invisible. So here, while clicking on the mask itself, so if you notice, you can actually switch between the two. On the mask, you can go here to this little like magic wand thing, and it gives you the ability to add all this other stuff. So I'm just going to add a generator, and by default, the generator is empty. So here, when you click on this guy, it gives you the option of all these different generators, which aren't a lot, but you can actually add more to them if you download them from like this Substance Share, I think it's called. But in this particular case, I just want to create like a nice dripping effect. And so this thing is called Dripping Rust. And it kind of looks rusty, I guess, but you know, you can kind of control it. You can kind of bring down the contrast on the rust itself. You can also smooth it out, but then you also have this option here, which is drip intensity. And by playing around with it, you can kind of find something that works for you. And if you don't want to do like a rust, maybe it's looking a little bit too much like rust, you can clear it out and choose something else. So let's say we want to focus our details around like edges and stuff. If you select curvature, you'll notice that it focuses it around the sort of like the sharper sort of curves. And here you can kind of see what it does, where it's kind of coming from. So anything that's curved automatically gets preferential treatment. I'm pretty sure you can actually visualize it by going here. So up here you can select your material and also see all the different channels. So you can look at your color, you know, roughness. You know, like there isn't really any data in roughness, so it just appears as a grid. But if you go all the way down here to where it says mesh maps, you can actually look at like your normal map. And so you can kind of see all the details that were brought in from your ZBrush model. But on top of that, you can also look at your curvature. And so here you can see that all of the data is pretty much isolated to the areas where there's curves, small like cuts and stuff like that. Same thing with ambient occlusion. You can see that it's all inside of those cracks. And we don't really need to worry about thickness because it's not really going to be used, but you can kind of visualize it. So it's pretty interesting to kind of go through it and see what Substance is seeing when it like takes data from it. So let's go ahead and go back and let's kind of play around with this a little bit more. And the thing that I've realized when it comes to working both in ZBrush and Substance is that subtle, small changes stacked on top of each other eventually produce a much more interesting result rather than having like really intense things on top of each other. It's a lot about restraint in some ways and just allowing the sort of like organic nature of mixing different textures and different just like randomness working together to actually create something interesting. So here, like this could be like this is a perfectly serviceable sort of like base layer for like just creating some darkness around the eyes and also around like the cuts. And so we can then create yet another layer. And this time we're just gonna choose color again, but this one, we're just gonna do like a straight up black, but not completely black, just a little bit black. And this one, we'll go ahead and add a white mask. And again, select the generator. And on this one, we're gonna do dirt. And this one is gonna isolate it inside of the cracks. So here we can see that everything's inside. And by playing around with this, you can see like just how it's kind of coming out. And this is a great way to introduce dirt, which is what it's called, but it also kind of gives it a nice like weathering effect. You can also play around with the grunge amount. So if you want things to kind of be coming out more, can also pull back the dirt, but increase the grunge amount. So there's more like little specks here and there. And that's a pretty solid like second layer. But again, it's a little too intense. It's like, it's like almost completely black. So you have a few options. You can either, just brighten the sky up a little bit, and you can see it working in real time, which is awesome. But here's another thing that I found really cool. In the same way that Substance is pretty similar to Photoshop, it's like Photoshop for 3D models. This thing also has transfer modes. So if you notice, there's this little tab here which lets you select your different channels. Since we're only working in color currently, it now just has all these options for the color. And so we're set to normal, which is basically just the black and white. It appears as it wouldn't appear normally. But if you were to do like a multiply, it'll start adding all that different math to it to kind of create different transfer modes and different effects. And so something I like to do is hover over just the blending mode, and then using the spin wheel on my mouse, I just like to go down and I just look at what happens when I do this stuff. And if there's something that maybe interests me, I'll kind of explore it a little bit more and see what happens if I change the color to it. Like maybe if I introduce more red, or if I desaturate it, like what does that do? And then I cycle through these again and see if that did anything. Like now it looks a little bit more red than it used to, And there's some pretty cool stuff that you can do with that. I think just kind of stacking them on top of each other is really cool. So if I were to duplicate this layer and then maybe play around with the dirt. So let's go ahead and click on the dirt, and let's see the grunge amount. Let's bring it down a little bit, or maybe just bring it up higher. And the dirt level, maybe we could bring it down a little bit. And this guy, we're going to make it a different color just to make it easier on us, so we can see which one is different. And so you can see it's affecting a much larger area, but as you kind of go in here, you can then see like how it plays with the lower level. So like this looks kind of cool. This is like it's burning it. So let's go ahead and just like desaturate it a little bit, see what happens. Even just playing around with like the colors. So let's see. I think just darkening it up, removing some of the saturation. And also on top of that, I also like to remove some of the opacity. And that way I can stack even more layers on top of them. So there's another thing I do want to show you, which I think is pretty cool. I'll do it again with another layer on top. This one I'm going to make it a much more garish color just so that we can see it, maybe like a blue or something like that. I'm going to go ahead and deactivate everything again. And over here in our mask, I'm just going to choose a black mask, which makes it completely invisible. But now I'm going to use this really cool feature that Substance has, which is they're called particle brushes. And the thing that's awesome about particle brushes is that it uses like a simulation to kind of create the effect. So if I were to select this organic spread, and I just were to like go in there, it creates this really awesome spread of particles. Same thing with like the liquid stream. It just falls down and it creates like these really cool like splatter effects. And then if you do a fire, it'll kind of like go upwards. It creates a nice little effect. So with that being said I wanted to do like a little bit of like if it's raining on top of it, there's this really cool option called rain. And so if you just hold it over, it'll then just start accumulating rain on top of it, and it'll start revealing more of the mask. And so now you're starting to get a little bit better like results, starting to look a little bit more like organic. And it has much more realistic weathering effects. But if you're noticing, it kind of has this weird sort of movement to it where it looks like it's going this way and this one's going down to the side, and same thing here. And that's because it's using kind of like the normals, or basically the orientation of the UVs to kind of drive the direction. And the reason for that is because it has this thing here called the normal factor. And the normal factor is it looks at the normals on your model itself, and then it'll kind of tell it to it affects gravity in certain ways. So let's go ahead and undo that, and let's also take off this normal factor. And let's go ahead and run it one more time. And so now you'll notice that it's spreading a little bit more realistically. It's just going straight down. It's not really using the normals in any way to sort of divert it going from one way or the other. And so, yeah, you can give yourself like a really nice looking effect. And then if that's not good enough for you, you can also then grab stuff like the splat tool. And so then that then creates like nice little runny sort of things of liquid. Again, this one also kind of does that thing where it kind of moves direction. So if you remove here this normal factor and then just kind of draw, it'll fall down a little bit more realistically. So if you have really weird UVs where they're all like just twisted all over the place, it's the normal factor. So cool. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the final product so you can see how it came out after I had done all of this with multiple layers to all of the different elements, such as adding metal to the little latches and also kind of treating those little triangles as their own thing. So let's go ahead and switch on over to that. Cool, and here we are with our final asset, and you can see that it has a lot of layering, a lot of weathering effect. You can let's see what's a very obvious one. Let's see. Oh, and sometimes it doesn't immediately react. But yeah, so this one kind of just has like splotches of like grime. And let's see what this one does. This one kind of affects the metal alone. And so here you can see its final product. I think it looks pretty cool. It kind of gives it a nice little grime to it. And all you have to do now is export this guy. So just go over here to File, then Export Textures. And by default, it'll do something like, where is it called? It'll do something like this PBR metallic roughness. But I have actually went ahead and created my own templates. So I have Redshift, but I also have one for Unreal Engine. But we're going to be using Redshift. And over here, you can see what it's going to produce. And if you notice, it's going to produce 3 different sets of textures. And that's so that it can do like the first tile, second tile, and third tile. And each one has this 1001, 1002, and 1003. And it's referring to the tile sets that it's going to be using, or it's going to be applying it to. And then I just hit export. And let's go ahead and jump into Cinema 4D so you can see how UDIMs work. Okay, so we're back in Cinema 4D. I already have my camera set up. It's all nice and animated, looking cool. But let's go ahead and just sort of get like a nice angle so that we can start building up this shader. So let's go ahead and create a new Redshift material. Let's give it a second. Okay. So now that we have our shader open, let's go ahead and pull in our textures. So if you notice, I have all of the textures here, and they all have the 1 and 0.1, whatever. So we just want to grab the 101 of each one. So it's a lot. It's a mouthful. And let's go ahead and drop them all over. And let's go ahead and apply this material to our JSON mask. And let's activate Redshift. I'll go ahead and dock it over here and hit play. So if you notice, it is not really looking correct. Like there's supposed to be red on the on these little triangles and stuff. And if I rotate around it, you can kind of see that it's also really weird looking back here. So, and also, yeah, since we're doing a lot of the close-ups, you can see it kind of acting really strange. Okay, so how do we fix that? And it's a pretty simple way of doing it. Okay, so once you click on your texture right here, you'll notice that there's this 101. So you delete the 1001, and what you type in is you do this little caret thingy, and then you type in udim, and then you close it with another bracket thingy. Cool. So once you do that, Cinema 4D will then recognize it and will then start doing that for all of your materials. So now it is going to look at the 3 different sets You also have to do these for these other ones, but I'm just going to do it for the color because if you notice, they kind of stuttered there for a bit. So now you can see that our red is appearing red, as it should. Cool. I went ahead and built one with all the UDIM set up correctly. So now when we go in here and we see it up close, you can see that there's all this nice little detail that was only present in the second tile, now being visible. And if I rotate around, you notice it looks correct. Cool. And so basically from this point on, all you have to do is now light it. Okay, so here's kind of like the final product. I didn't actually render it out of Cinema. I actually sent it over to Unreal Engine. The thing that I noticed is that when you work in ZBrush by doing the high poly, then the low poly with the UVs, and then doing the whole substance painting, is that it makes it cross-compatible with not just normal 3D programs, but also with like game engines. And I found that to be really cool because it allowed me to kind of hop between software and choose the application that worked best for me. So this animation is about, I don't know, I think 30 seconds. So something like that through Redshift and stuff, it would still take a good while, whereas Unreal was able to crank it out in real time. So I got it in 30 seconds back. I was actually able to render it out twice, one vertical for Instagram and one horizontal for like YouTube and stuff. So there's like some pretty interesting things that you can do with it. UVs are kind of like the, what's a good way of describing that? But they're like the key, the linchpin to making it work on all software. Because if you're just working on procedural materials and stuff like that, you're not going to be able to quite leverage that over in Unreal. You can in Cinema, which is one of its strong points. But yeah, I personally like the ability to be able to go on multiple software.
And there you have it, my start to finish process on how to make high quality 3D models. I know that when I first opened ZBrush, I remember screaming in confusion, but having learned these like simple tips and tricks has really allowed me to dive deep into the software and actually explore it much more thoroughly and actually create better art because of that. All right, well that wraps it up. Thank you so much for sticking around and checking out my presentation. I really do appreciate it. I've been Luis Miranda. Thank you.
And we are back with the magnificent Luis Miranda. Great presentation, brother. Awesome job.
Yeah,
there was, I mean, that was so complete. I know it was a little bit longer than most of them, but I feel that it's really complete. We have a couple questions coming in here. So this is going to close us out for the day. So question number one, if you have it, I'll still allow it. We'll go a little bit longer. So go ahead, and if you have questions, just at me in the chat, just at Mathias. It looks like iDesign is quite happy about what you got going on. Let's see, somebody is wondering, or iDesign is wondering, we'll start off with these, and that is, how did the quality of the render compare between Unreal and Redshift? Could you get pretty close?
Yeah, actually, the quality out of Unreal is like pretty solid. The main difference that I noticed between Unreal and like Redshift is that I have much better control of my AOVs inside of Redshift, whereas in Unreal, it kind of requires you to like install certain things to get like cryptomats, and it's just kind of it's a strange process. It's not something I'm quite familiar with yet, but I do hope that I get better at it to where I can actually be able to do the same level of compositing as I do with Redshift.
So really the composite where it slows you down a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like the thing that's really cool about Unreal is that you can actually load in a lot of like the effects that you would do, so you can actually put your LUTs on it and stuff like that, and then it'll kind of get it close. So
yeah, right in the viewport. That's awesome. More from EJ, and that is, what's an easy way to work with substance materials in C4D? Can you export out and make changes in substance, and that will update in C4D?
Yeah, so you can basically replace your files when you export textures, but there is a plugin you can get. It's called Substance Bridge, I think it's called. But basically, it'll connect to Cinema, and then it'll cook everything out and then send it over and then build the shaders for you. And then if you need to make any updates in Substance, all you have to do is go back, make the adjustment, and then just hit update, and then it'll recook it and send it over. And so yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Very awesome. Cool. Another one from EJ. Could you easily export the model and maps from C4D to Unreal, or did you have to rebuild the textures in Unreal?
So yes, you have to build them in Unreal, but it's actually super easy. Substance actually has a what's it called, preset for Unreal where things are actually packed. So they'll give you like one texture that has 3 channels on it, and all you have to do is just pull them.
Right.
And once you start using UDIMs, kind of like how I showed in there, you only have to build one shader. You don't have to build all 3. Like I had 3 tiles. And so if you kind of pack all of your UVs into a single like UDIM set, you can technically just build one shader and it'll shade your entire environment. I haven't tried it yet, but it sounds like it could be fun.
Yeah, really smart texturing.
Yeah. But what was the other part of the question?
It was, could you easily export the model and maps from C4D to Unreal, or did you have to rebuild them? That was the full thing.
Okay. There's one thing about the camera though that I think it's pretty cool. You can actually use the data mine or the data miner, whatever it's called in Unreal, and you can actually bring in your Cinema 4D file. And as long as that motion camera is cooked out or baked down, it'll actually import it with keyframes. And so you can pretty much just seamlessly bring it over and put your object, and it'll do all the camera moves and stuff. And that's pretty much what I did.
That's super cool. Yeah, getting those keyframe animation already done. Yes, please. And then as far as the learning curve for ZBrush, I think you covered it in the beginning of your presentation. So you want to talk a little bit more about that and what helped you get going?
Yeah, so the main thing that got me past sort of like the hump with ZBrush was actually using it in a production environment. I would never recommend doing that unless you're like pretty familiar with it, but because they kind of allowed me to essentially create whatever process I wanted to. What I just showed is actually the process I ended up making for this particular project. I had to make a series of 10 horror characters, and I just kind of like slowly by trial and error, I kind of figured out what like things I need to know in order to be able to create the final image. And kind of just watching tutorials while having kind of like a set goal in mind was really helpful to get to that finish line. And then eventually just you kind of acquire a lot of like know-how and skill, and eventually you kind of become pretty familiar. But yeah, like if you kind of just dive into it blank and don't really know what you want to do, it'll kind of it's very overwhelming. And so it's very easy to kind of just like have no idea what's going on and maybe go somewhere that's a little bit more familiar. So.
Definitely. Well, we will be having a lot more ZBrush presentations in upcoming shows. We'll also be sharing a lot more resources from all of the different ZBrush artists that join us as well. So thanks again, Luis. Amazing presentation. We'll definitely look to have you in the future and possibly live shows, depending on where we're at and what slots we have, but we would love to have you then. And until next time, folks, tune in. We're going to be having another show here a little bit sooner. It's going to be in early August, so stay tuned for the 3D Motion Show SIGGRAPH edition. So we'll have multiple day broadcasts with several different, I think we have over a dozen different artists tuning in for that one. And if you want to stay up to date, just go to 3dmotionshow.com, and just under the little player there, you'll see a place that says sign up. You can sign up to win prizes, as well as get the latest and greatest updates on news and events from us in the Maxon family. Until then, stay creative, and we will see you next time.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community 24/7.